with liberty and justice for all.
Call the meeting to order with everyone present. First thing on the agenda, Carson, Eggland, and Kathy Schwartzhoff, Health and Services, Northeast Iowa Proclamation, National Veteran Month and funding request. Come on up.
Well, thanks for having us. We're so glad that the weather is like today, not tomorrow. We're here, yeah.
Yes.
So, we want to give our annual report of what is happening in Winneshiek County related to mentoring. If you want to pass those down. One for myself. And, as you know, youth mentoring, well, you may not know this. Youth mentoring has been in operation now for 25 years in Winneshiek County. Yeah, we hit that mark December 1st of 2023. So we're really, really excited about that. And currently we have 7 kids who have an adult mentor that they spend time with. On Friday, that number will be increased in Winneshiek County by 2 or what? 2. Okay. So that's really good that is happening. And during this month, we do a lot of promotion to make sure that people know what mentoring is and the impact it has on the youth and on the volunteer, and for that matter, for the family that works with them, the school system that they're in, and the communities that they live in. So it's very, very much a impactful program. Currently, we have 6 kids that are waiting, and that isn't the whole need in our county. Those are the ones who have said, raised their hand and said, I need a mentor, or their parent has said that. If we needed more kids, like just recently, we had a mentor who said, I want a youth who lives right here in Decorah, because this is where I live. We didn't have any girls that were waiting because she wanted a girl. We contacted the school. They gave us 2 names. 4 weeks later, she now has a new mentee. So that's a good thing. So we can get those kids. That's not the difficult part. The difficult part is people saying yes to being a mentor, and it's not that hard. It's 4 hours a month. You spend time with them. You're their friend. You're in their corner when they're here or when you're with them. And I'm going to stop myself right now because you said, I'm Kathy Schwartzhoff. I want you to know who the people are here that are representing mentoring. And if you all want to just say your name and how you're associated.
I'm Colleen Wetley. I was the mentor with the same young gal for 11 and a half years. She's now a sophomore in college, and I'm also on the steering committee.
I'm Diane Sadler, and I've been on the steering committee for close to 25 years.
Oh, yeah. Good for you.
Yeah.
My name is Leah Hunta. I do within Helping Services, but I also get to be on the steering committee.
I am Kueny McCann, and I've been a mentoring coordinator with Helping Services in Winneshiek County since 2015.
Cindy Simpson, and I have, I'm a mentor. I'm on round 2. The first one aged out, and so I think this one and here I've had for several years now. I'm on the steering committee and the sustainability committee.
I'm the intern at Helping Services.
I'm Carson. I work as the Director of Helping Services. I'll do our funding request here in a bit after we're finished looking at your project.
Yes. All righty. So last year, remember, I didn't do that. And I was just like, oh, I have to make sure to remember to highlight the books are here. And luckily, we get to see Cindy right there in the pictures. Last year, in all of Almaquee, Howard, Winneshiek, and Delaware counties, we served a total of 89 youth during that year. 97% of them feel that they have positive relationships with others, and that's oftentimes one of the reasons that they are in the program is that they don't have a lot of friends or have any friends. It breaks my heart when they say that. Or they say, I don't like my mom, I don't like my teachers, and just run down those people that they don't get along with. And mentoring teaches by example how to do some of those things. We had 148 people that served as volunteers. Now, that does not include holiday lights, let me tell you. That is just mentoring alone. So that includes mentors, that includes the steering committee people that people mentioned. There are guiding group that help support the program, and others who just come to events, and I shouldn't say just, but come to events and help us out. We had several volunteers at our event on Saturday that brought their animals and showed the kids how to care for them, and lots of fun stuff. 97% of our kids can say no to drugs. That's a huge number, especially when we've got kids who their family situations aren't very good. They are able to say no, and that's huge. And then too, like Cindy said, she's on round 2. Colleen talked about 11 and a half years with her mentee. Those are lifelong friendships that they're going to have. And so that's really, so before we read the proclamation, do you all have any questions that you want to ask? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna have Colleen come up and she's gonna read the proclamation and then we'll sign it and take a picture.
National Mentoring Month 2024. Whereas studies show that mentoring is a highly effective strategy for preventing several key problems that young people face. And whereas mentors are a highly valued source of friendship to youth in our county. And whereas more mentors are needed. Now therefore, we the Winneshiek County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim that January 2024 is National Mentoring Month in Winneshiek County. As public officials, we call upon all citizens in our county to join us in raising awareness of mentoring in its various forms, helping to recruit individuals to mentor youth and support the rapid growth of mentoring in our county.
I would move to approve the resolution,
Second.
the proclamation.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the proclamation for National Mentoring Month. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll start here. This is your guys' line.
Okay.
I was telling Zach this because he was at our event on Saturday taking pictures. The picture that we're about to take, we get more phone from this picture than anything else the entire year. Because people are like, the supervisors think that this is important? Okay, I'll be a mentor. So you guys know that you are people that influence others.
Thank you.
So know that this isn't just, we do this because we feel like it. This is important.
Thank you.
So we appreciate it.
Donna's in here.
We used it the other night.
I'll call her.
For EMS, it was, that one was blank and there was one picture there. I don't know if they're gonna get
Typically.
back here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a copy.
Yeah.
Andy.
Sorry, first I didn't see where they were going.
Do you need
I'll make a couple.
I know.
You're in the front.
I know.
You right here, right? Yes. Someone has to do it.
Shoot, darn it.
You should be in the.
I can't just like peek over your shoulder. Yeah, I did. If you're, you can stand it. Here we go.
You want me in?
George,
get it
it's a little guy. You don't need me to start.
Middle there. Good, right.
You?
Yeah.
Yep.
How are we looking, Zach and
Good so far.
Alex? How are we?
That's pretty good, actually.
Wow.
Take a couple. This is first with,
Please.
okay.
Boy, that's serious.
3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if you guys want to send us those.
Ben.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That was fantastic.
And Alex, yeah, he's got.
Fine copy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Take one and pass. Okay.
Yep, thanks.
Copy.
This usually works out pretty well, the proclamations and your annual request, so. I just want to thank the county for its continued support of helping services, both just awareness and financial. It means a lot, like Kathy said, the picture does say a lot. So asking again for the same allocation as we've had for a number of years, $10,000. We use it for whatever is most needed, I would say. A lot of years that's mentoring. In the coming year, it's probably going to be domestic violence services. So there's been some cuts at the state and federal level. We're doing the best we can. The reason why we do events like Holiday Lights helps us so that when we have years like that, we can complement.
What was the number that was generated?
Well, we probably raised about 150,000. Minus expensive, maybe 20 or 30,000 expenses. So it's a big number. Adding 4,500 cars to the park over the month. So, I think it's a big tourism thing for the county as well. I'm sure a lot of people grab a bite to eat afterwards or so.
Was it 3,000 to walk through?
Yeah, about 3,000 people came to the
That's-
walkthrough night.
that's amazing.
So it's a busy night. So I know Steve was there as just for emergency purposes. So it's a big event. I don't know what we do without it. So I just wanted to come and say thanks to the county. Appreciate the continued support and consideration. This newsletter just does a nice job of kind of going through everything we do, helping services in a way. It talks about our mentoring program as well. Talks about our family education program. The map on the third page is kind of nice, just as a reference for kind of where we're at and what we do. I'm proud to say that we received a nice new federal mentoring grant that allows us to expand in Clayton County and part of Fayette County, both needed areas. So looking forward to bringing more mentoring opportunities throughout the region, not only in Winneshiek County here. The fourth page just provides us some statistics. I'd like to point out within our Domestic Abuse Resource Center, we've provided presentations to almost 1,500 students in terms of dating violence prevention, which I think is a hugely important thing. Make sure that people know that we're there for them in case they need our support. Our 1-800 number is available 24/7 every day of the year. We have an advocate available. Some of those calls are just calls. Other times it's more of an in-depth need. So we can provide emergency housing requests, 1 month's rent, gas, grocery cards, sort of a variety of options, whatever makes the most sense for that particular individual and family. The next page is some nice photos of our staff and kind of out and about in communities. In the inside back cover, this gentleman here, Jon, he works on our opioid awareness and prevention grant. And I just wanted to let you know that we have been working with the committee that's been formed. Shirley's been in some of those meetings as well. It's nice for us just to have a seat at the table as the county tries to figure out what to do with those settlement dollars. We've been a part of those meetings. So Shirley's had some nice chats with Jon. Just wanted to point him out there and his smiley face. So, and then lastly, just a little bit more about Holiday Lights. And next year will be our 20th year for the event. So it's been a really great event for us. So any questions you might have for me right now? I'm always available after this. If you have questions for follow-up, feel free to reach out. Our main office still remains here in Winneshiek County on East Main Street. About a dozen of our staff work out of that building, out of the 27 staff we have on our team. So Okay, thank you guys, appreciate it. Yep.
Consent agenda?
I've got the minutes, the claims. And the monthly report from the county recorder. I'd move to approve the consent agenda. Second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Yes. Any committee reports?
At EMS. Basically going over the budget, and then they gave us a tower update. The two north towers should be going here the end of the month, and that'd be Satry and then west of Burr Oak at the end of the month, and then the two south ones should be shortly after. We'll be ahead of schedule anyway from the previous date.
So that's scheduled, right?
Yeah, yep. Everything's, yeah, getting. They're open, they can talk to all the fire departments and stuff so they can use their equipment. Or go out and test the spots that were problem spots to see if it's gonna solve, you know. So they know right away, so we can address if there is issues out there, but it should be upper 90%.
For the amount of money, it should be hot.
Yeah, but I mean, that terrain, look at that terrain, you got spots, yeah. Some counties get probably, west of here, probably with two towers, we got 7 we will have. Yeah. There's set, let's see. 2 to the north,
6.
Ocean, Kelmer,
Turkey Valley.
just by the top of the hill by the John Deere store.
6.
I don't know if we're on the water tower yet in Decorah.
I don't know.
Not, I think it's 6.
Yeah, 6, yeah. 5 we own 5, and then the
Depends on the lease.
Jackson one is a lease, well,
Well,
not really lease, it's with REC or Maya Energy now and Jackson School.
And they're trying to see if they can do anything with that lease we've got on the other tower up north to get free of that possibly.
No, not happening,
Not happening.
no.
Just want to update the community a little bit, why we had to put these extra towers on based on the terrain. What was the problem?
We weren't getting reception, so
Well,
we,
like emergency to emergency responder couldn't
Yeah.
talk to each other.
that's,
Yeah.
get reception is what it would be.
For the radio communication.
Communication for
in
the emergency
Yeah.
vehicles.
Now the number we're gonna hit is in the 90%.
The upper 90s outside in the air, maybe if you're in a house down low, it might be 1% or so less, but if you're outside, it's gonna be like 98.7, somewhere is right in, you know. It went up, don't quote me, but I think we were in the low 80s before, so we're gonna
I'm not even sure if it was
not
that.
even that much, but we're, I mean, when you see the map and the darts that we've covered is phenomenal. And the biggest service area that Sheriff's Department says is Bluffton.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of his largest service areas.
It was down.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
that's his
accessible.
largest service area, so by moving that tower west, we addressed going down into Bluffton.
So we have solid waste tonight at 5, and there's a P and Z meeting tomorrow here at 7. And that's what I've got down this week,
Health Board on Wednesday.
Historic Commission here Saturday,
this Saturday.
this Saturday.
What time is that?
Let me know, I think it's 8:30.
And I believe
8:30.
most of these things we mentioned for open meetings that are available should be on the website on our calendar. So if you ever have questions, go to winneshiek.org and go to our calendar. You'll find the different meetings that are scheduled.
Yeah, 8:30 Saturday morning here in the annex.
All right, next on the agenda, Winneshiek County Soil and Water Conservation Administrative Support and Bear Tree Maintenance Funding Request. Morning, Donna.
Kids table.
Yep.
Well, thank you for time on the agenda to do this. I'm Donna Rasmussen, I'm the board member, so I'm water.
VandenBrink, District Conservationist with the National Resources Conservation Service for Winneshiek County.
Isaac Luzum, I'm also a commissioner.
So, just a little background on Bear Creek, maybe to help remind you, project was started in 2000. There are 19 structures, flood control structures that have been into the watershed, but 12 of those are in the Iowa portion of the watershed. It's in the very northeast corner of the county, so it the watershed extends into Minnesota also. And there were 52 structures planned originally, and out of those 52, there's still another 10 or 15 that could be feasible to construct. Their funding became available. With the 19 that are in place, we have about 35% of the watershed that's controlled or treated. Most of that funding for those structures came from something called PL 566. That funding hasn't been available for a number of years, but there's been a couple of other American Recovery Act, I think in 2010, that put in a few more structures. There are annual tours every year of all the structures. The SWCD and RCS staff, and we do that jointly with Minnesota staff also. I think Mark was attended this last year. I'm a landowner in that watershed, so brother and I had a small farm and the two structures on our putting in 2010. I think in 2021, the figure that I was given was that for every dollar that was spent in the watershed, we had $1.10 return on every dollar. So it's been a very effective as far as reducing road damages and other things like that. So there's a handout that will give you that. So our request today is similar to the past years. We're asking for $5,000 to put into a maintenance account, and that's been put in place for the last since the project began. This past year, there was a small amount of maintenance that was done in some of the structures to remove trees and debris from inlet and outlet pipes, things like that. And that's, as long as you can do those kinds of things on a yearly or periodic basis, your large costs are reduced. But the fund is there in case there would be a major issue that would come up, that we have a fund to work with those. And several of the structures are also road structures, like was done in the Upper Iowa watershed, and those have been maintained by the county. So our request is then for $5,000 to the road maintenance or into the structure maintenance fund.
So yeah, the photos in there are from this year for the watershed structures. As you can see, there's trees on the dike, things like that. You gotta maintain it. You gotta take those out. They're a threat to the structures, which if the structure fails, then a lot more than just the road ditches, the things like that. The infrastructure that you have for your roads is going to be affected as well. Also, when I'm pointing to the second letter here, talks just about, in the past we have gotten some funding from you guys to support a staff person in the office who focuses primarily on these types of structures. And then it just on the back speaks to the funds that come in from outside the county. So federal funds primarily coming from outside the county. There's also state funds as well. That is over, as you can see there, over $8 million coming to the Winneshiek County area there. And so the reason we point that out is conservation that's done, like cover crops, for instance, on an entire field. When the field is sitting bare, you get a big rain, if there's nothing there to hold the water, to hold the soil, well, where's it gonna go? It's gonna fill up your ditches. You have to spend more time cleaning the ditches out, things like that. So seen as certainly a mutual benefit there as well. So for the individual who staffed in the past, looks like it was $25,000 a year there.
So you're requesting the same amount?
Same as in the past. Correct.
Is the rest of that staff person funded through some of these?
It's, yeah,
Grant.
like, it's through state of Iowa, I think, primarily.
Okay.
I would imagine.
Ag and land stewardship.
Okay.
So we have we have an alphabet soup of different kind of agencies. Some are county, state, federal, and then we're all up in the office up there by the extension office. We're corner of that. Really limited projects. That includes, we have Turkey River, we have Silver Creek, Yellow River, and then the fourth that's just coming soon is, well, I think it was recently approved. Trout Run, yeah, which is actually a little different than your typical watershed project. It's actually protecting all the water that goes. Basically, it's protecting all the water before it comes out of Beaver Springs. So typically, it's a little different than you typically see, but
Is there a Twin Springs watershed?
there's not.
I thought there was that one.
I mean,
The one time.
At one time there was.
sure, yeah.
No one really funded.
Yeah, not at the moment though, you know, so, but that one, Trout Run is coming soon, and then DNR is actually assisting with the funds for the individual to run that watershed, so.
I think Winneshiek County is is the only county in the state that has 4 watershed projects in process.
Mhm.
It's the most of them in the state. So it's a very, very high workload county here.
We're in the area where we're trying to slow the water down. And you get to central Iowa and they're trying to get the water. Yeah. So
Yeah.
they have drainage areas where they're trying to get the water out of there. And we're
Drainage
trying,
district.
yeah, and we're trying to keep it slow.
Yeah, if you keep the water on the landscape for as long as possible, it actually benefits everybody. It really does, but it's, you know, of course, there's tile and things like that. You can't do anything about that, but if you can slow it down before it gets that deep, you can get it off the landscape and filter it from. So,
Mark, was there anything you want to add since you were on the tour?
No, I think it definitely in looking at that, the amount of weeds and brush and stuff that accumulates and even washouts at the bottom where rock has been displaced. It takes a lot of money to maintain. I mean, probably even more than what we're spending on it in some respects. Long term. But it's a great project. It was amazing to see the structures, and they're huge.
Yeah.
Some of them.
yeah, so part of the purpose of particularly the $5,000 is to be prepared should something happen, because all structures, the lifetime of these structures, generally, it's as long as one would expect, or so kind of an insurance policy. It's not a big expense all of a sudden. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
One
Oh,
six-
sorry, did it make its way around?
1 6 or 7 inch ring. I take a lot of repair.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, VA Administrator, Babe, your budget. I think we have it.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning. Morning.
Okay, so with the budget stuff, we're only requesting 2 increases on 2 different line items. One is our flag holder, and we're looking for an increase to add $400 to that. Just because we haven't raised that in quite some time due to the cost of the flag holders that we provide to the veterans' graves. They're laid to rest in Winneshiek County. We're looking to increase that by $400. And then also the contracted counselors line item. The commission previously already approved to pay some extra money for documentation of paperwork, but that was approved before last year's budget, so I couldn't get it to reflect the budget and just didn't do an amendment, so I just went down on that line item. That line item, we're looking to just increase that by $700. Otherwise, the rest remain the same, and then what we don't spend just rolls into the general fund like it has in the past. So those are only 2 things I got with the budget stuff. Just some other budget notes with the GDX report that I always share at budget time with you guys. So the one you have is with budget notes. The other one is the actual GDX report. That GDX report is for the fiscal year 2022. So it's always the previous calendar year. And that is a geographic distribution of VA expenditures. That's what the GDX part stands for. So this shows dollar amounts of benefits coming into the county. These aren't 100% accurate, but they're a good tool as they go by the zip code. So it's where the veteran resides. And they don't report veterans who go to other VA medical centers from another area. It doesn't track veterans not using any VA services. And it also doesn't include veterans and dependents we assist from other counties. So when I assist another veteran from another county, it reflects on their county report, not under Winneshiek County. So for Winneshiek County, the veteran population, again, this only tracks veterans enrolled in a VA system. So the GDX report for 2022 was 964 compared to 1,117 from 2021. And I guess some of that decrease is due to our passing of some veterans or veterans that have moved out of the county. Then that will adjust that population amount. The report of distributions for expenditures. Again, so this is GDX report for 2022, and I'll be comparing to 2021. So compensation and pension. So for 2022 was $5,704,000 compared to the previous year of $4,344,000. So that was an increase of $1,360,000. So that's money that actually comes into our veterans and their dependents. That's money they receive from the VA that's paid at a monetary tax-free benefit that's paid to them. And those are federal monies, again, that are paid to them within our county. Education and vocational, 2022 was $147,000 compared to $170,000. Insurance was $161,000 for 2022 compared to $144,000. And then medical care was $4,488,000 compared to $4,024,000. So those are just some of the main numbers of the highlights. You'll see those same numbers on the actual GDX report. Some county funding. So this is for fiscal year 2023. So this is what we report of federal monies for veterans and dependents who have reported back to our office. Again, so these amounts are not all inclusive, as we can only track veterans and dependents who inform our office of a grant that they received from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. If a veteran doesn't inform our office, we don't have no way of tracking. And these are just for the current year for new claims and also includes increases. So if a veteran got an increase, we went in and made the adjustment of just what the increased dollar amount would be. So wouldn't be counting the whole award again, but just that increase. So for 2023, we had $1,014,271 compared to 2022 was $720,351. So again, just off what we were able to track for fiscal year 2023, that was an increase of $293,920. And then these monies are paid to veterans and their dependents to be spent in the community or how they see fit. This saves the veterans money and it can help stimulate the community. And this allows them to pay property taxes, purchase a home, buy a vehicle, much more. I mean, they can decide what they choose to spend that money on. The other numbers are just some office stat numbers you can kind of read at your leisure. I did want to share, that right before Christmas, surviving spouse that I assisted for a DIC award, which was an amended death certificate, part of the PACT Act. So I just wanted to share, she received a retro of $132,000. Yeah, that was pretty cool. So that was a very Merry Christmas to that individual. Yeah. Other than that, that's all I had, unless anybody has any questions for me.
On the compensation on the top there, when it jumped from 4.3 to 5.7.
And some of that's gonna be because of the PACT Act that passed. Some of that's gonna be previous from before, some still trickling from the Blue Water Navy of different veterans or surviving spouses that would come in. And so that award with the GDX, that'll include the new awards, increases, it'll show all of that increase. But I just kind of try to compare that because the GDX is always essentially a year behind. So like with my tracking numbers, that's 2023, GDX is 2022. It's just weird how the VA does their report. So I won't get like the fiscal year 2023 until halfway through this year. Usually comes out May, June, July, roughly. So, yeah. The veterans coming in, especially with the PACT Act. They added like 22 new presumptive conditions for a combination of Gulf War veterans and Vietnam veterans. So just on that presumptive list for Vietnam veterans, it added 2 new conditions to that presumptive list. And then there was like close to, say, 18 to 20 with Gulf War. So that's been big. So that's been a big part of what we've been doing is with the PACT Act. And then some of it's just new clients coming in or new veterans getting recently discharged out of service and come in. So it's kind of a combination of all of it. But we have seen an increase with the PACT Act.
What was that one last meeting I was at? That one base they shut down wherever they're in, and if you were there, whatever you were gonna maybe look into getting,
The Zoom.
I'm trying to remember.
what's the new board member, she brought it up.
Oh, so that was with Fort McClellan. So there's stuff with that. It's just they don't unfortunately have a presumptive list with that condition. So we have information if anybody that's been stationed there or served there. The VA just suggests that they file a claim. So there's no presumptive list, but they'll do them case by case. And so I've just told people, I'm like, you should always file because it doesn't cost them anything to file it. We help them fill out all the paperwork to send it in, and then you let the VA decide. But I tell them you're not going to know if you don't file.
But
So
it's always interesting. You go to the meeting, there's always some little things in there you pick up. Yeah.
What were the issues on that base?
so it's like different contaminations with toxins, different stuff. I think stuff that was stored at that base.
Yeah.
So kind of what I did is I kind of just went on and took the information, a lot of it that's on the VA website. So I know it's coming from what credible, what they'll use. But I tell people, even if there's stuff on there that you have and you feel it's from that, just because it's not on the list doesn't mean you can't file it.
Yeah.
You're just, it's going to make the claim a little more challenging if it's not something they maybe are already looking at or will consider. So a lot of times, we'll tell them if they can go out and get a medical opinion, so a doctor opinion with a rationale. There's some infos. They don't always go through on the regional office side, so that'd be like your VA regional offices, just on that district. But if those are denied, then they still have options, and I tell them sometimes they need to appeal it to the Board of Veterans Appeals in Washington, D.C. And some get granted there, and some don't, but you don't know until you try. And we can exhaust all of our options up to BVA. You know, then after that, then it kind of goes into an independent court. So then they're kind of on their own, but we can give them referrals where they go. It's just like our assistants would kind of stuff. They're the same as their service organization rep.
Thank you for all the help you've had veterans find. I've heard from a few of the work you and Mary do, so thank you.
Yeah, it's very
Maybe
rewarding.
just give them an update, like holder situation,
Yeah.
if you, how that works or whatever, you get one. You know,
Yeah.
there's always some confusion on what.
So I'm trying to remember offhand what the policy is with not looking. I looked at it for a while. So we give the first bronze one. We'll give a second one, and then I think the third one is case by case, and then after that, then the family would, family or cemetery individual would have to pay for the cost of that of their own. And again, part of that kind of goes back, I'm not sure, some of the board members are probably new, so weren't aware of that. Several years ago, there was a bunch that got stolen. And so it was over amount that exceeded what I could approve, so I had to go to the commission. And so they kind of looked at what other counties do for their policies for giving the flag holders. And then looking at the economic times and the taxpayer dollars of what that costs to spend for that. But we do provide the metal bronze flag holder for that. And then those are provided to veterans that are deceased and laid to rest in our county. So if I'm assisting a veteran from, say, Howard County, and they get laid to rest in Howard County, I would refer them to the County Veterans Affairs Office to get that flag holder. And that's per the code, it's for the veteran is laid to rest, that county office provides that.
Who manages the flag disposal box? Does that come through your office or through the?
So actually, what we do is we just kind of house the box, and then when it gets full, then we call down to the local All Vets Club, and then they come and pick them up, and then they take care of disposing of them properly.
So people don't know that there is a box in the first level of the courthouse right here where you can put a flag so it's properly disposed of. It is a nice service.
And part of that is the flag box used to be down at the All Vets Club, but they're not open now on an everyday basis like they used to be in years past. So that's why we have it up here. So then individuals are able to dispose of them properly. And like I said, and then we call them, so we just kind of house the box, but we don't do any of the disposal, but they take care of that and then come and pick them up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, perfect. Thank you guys. Have a good rest of your day.
You bet. Thanks. Good job.
There are copies of the budget handouts on the table over there, if anyone's interested.
Morning.
It's 10:15. Next on the agenda. Budget. Go ahead, Krista.
I'm just gonna get on the highlights of the budget. I think you can pretty much figure this out on your own. But I do want to share with you that we have in the budget for 4 full-time nurses. We currently only have 3. We do need a 4th one. Healthcare as a whole is dealing with burnout and turnover, and we want to make sure that we're not going to be dealing with some of those issues ourselves. And so trying to capitalize on entertaining another nurse to go ahead and join our forces, that can be a challenge right now because there's a nursing shortage. Okay, and so it makes things a little bit difficult. So we still want to leave that in the budget. I'm going to scoot down to the second to last line item on that first page where it talks about employee mileage. Because there has been a rate increase for federal mileage reimbursement, we do need to increase that, just so you know. We've also been taking a look at basically doing a mileage study, trying to figure out, are we doing the most efficient use of our windshield time in seeing people throughout the county? So right now we have a whole slew of people who live in the southern part of the county and in Decorah, and not as many people who live north of town. And next year it'll flip-flop. There's no way to predict that, and so we're making sure that we're not crossing each other in trying to provide the services that we are doing. So we are showing that we actually are being efficient in our windshield time and in our mileage. So that's a good thing. Just moving on, we have on page 2, the second column, The second row, I guess, up there is the contract therapy. We currently contract our physical therapy and our occupational therapy that we are required to do for our Medicare patients with WinMed. We do know that there does need to be a wage adjustment or a payment adjustment for RGD2.
Somebody's working with me, just a second.
So we do know that there does need to be a payment adjustment to WinMed. We're currently paying not as much as we should be. And so we've made that adjustment to go ahead and reflect that. In the middle of the page, you will see biologicals. And this past year, we knew that we needed to buy COVID vaccine. We're going to need to buy COVID vaccine again this coming year. COVID vaccine is separate from influenza vaccine. The COVID shots are about $120 a dose. So per person, and that we have to buy that outright, whether we're talking child or adult.
You gotta buy it in 10 dose, is it 10 or
100.
100 doses at a time, so if you don't use.
Correct. So we want to make sure that we're being good stewards of our vaccine that we have and making sure that we're storing that appropriately, which we've been doing well. Knowing that there's going to be one less pharmacy that's going to be able to really offer some COVID vaccines and other vaccinations might mean that we see an increase in the amount of vaccines that we have to offer. We don't know. In the same manner, we had lots of requests for our COVID vaccine, and we didn't always have the vaccine. So we want to make sure that we have ample supply. We do know for flu year 25-26, so next year, they are predicting that they will have flu and COVID together, and I'm guessing that that price will be even higher. So that'll be fun. On a good note, we are getting good reimbursement back from our COVID vaccine and from our flu vaccinations that we've been able to do. So it is kind of washing out there.
Well, you talked about the pharmacy, one less pharmacy. Will they refer everything to the WinMed then, or?
Not necessarily.
Which pharmacy are we talking about? But aren't they opening up on the campus?
They will, but some people are used to going to a storefront downtown.
How much do we lose as far as aging out on the vaccines before we actually use, do you lose many?
We lost about 28 doses, which really wasn't too bad. And that was just because it was shipped in a different manner than we were used to having it shipped. And it was placed into the refrigerator. And so you only have a certain window of time. So ideally, we don't want that to happen. Moving on down, just on that last row under emergency preparedness, we look for most of our expenses for emergency preparedness to really be part of time. So we have to update our emergency preparedness plans per the grant. And so that's going to be a lot of my time working on all of that. Then page 3 is really just wages. And everything is pretty much staying the same there. Page 4, in the middle of the page is the info tech, so IT software and support. You were gracious enough to allow us to purchase moving our software to a cloud-based platform from NetSmart Home Care to my Unity Essentials. It is all part of the NetSmart economy, basically, but because it's cloud-based, we're not having to do as much IT work, basically. And so, unfortunately, it still costs money to bill Medicare and to bill those managed care organizations. And so, we're not sure what that number is truly going to look like as we're making this transition right now. And so, we're guesstimating about 60,000. It might be less. And that would be wonderful if it's like we, right? We certainly do not anticipate it being more. Things are staying pretty consistent there. On page 5, on the bottom, well, I guess it was the second row from the bottom, where it's home care and mileage. Again, this is reflecting the federal increase in the mileage reimbursement. Moving on to revenue. That first row is blank. We do know that there are some different emergency preparedness grants. One of those is called a Bridge Access Grant, and that has to do with COVID vaccine for people who do not have insurance. So there is a certain amount of money that is designated for that. There will be other grants that will be able to be put in there as well. For some of our other grants, I actually put in the true dollar amount that we are currently receiving, like our Healthy Aging Grant and the I-4 grant. Just to share with you, we've taken our Medicare down a little bit because, first of all, Iowa is one of the last states as far as Medicare reimbursement. It's very pathetic, and that's not just home health. It is for all of healthcare in Iowa, whether you're nursing home or hospital, clinic. Okay, we are like 47, 48, 49, 50. What's causing that? Things that are beyond our control. Okay. There's also going to be Medicare payment cuts in addition to that. So they said, yep, those of you who build Medicare, you made too much money, and so we're going to take some of that money back. They're not realizing that wages increased and supplies increased, and so not taking any of that into consideration, but we're going to go ahead and slash your budgets anyway. So we've taken it down just a little bit. Again, we're hoping that we're going to see an influx in the Medicare and more in the nursing service fees, because that's where our flu, that's where our COVID vaccines kind of get dumped into those categories. And so we're reflecting a change in that. Our home care aid service fees and our homemaker, those are in the bottom row and in the third from the bottom row. You're seeing a modest increase in both of those because we've seen increases in both of those services. And currently we've got staff that are able to provide all of those services.
Can you tell me about your foot clinics? Are they done on site or?
Foot clinics are done on site. They are by appointment. They are every Tuesday afternoon and 2 Thursday mornings a month. And so we don't have to do any advertising. It is word of mouth. A lot of these folks probably have been there. Trying to keep on top of those appointments can be a challenge because Medicare, here's another example, Medicare made a rule that to go to the podiatrist, you had to have certain conditions. Otherwise, podiatrist couldn't trim your toenails, just to trim your toenails. Okay, so that was becoming an out-of-pocket expense for individuals. We cannot bill Medicare for the foot clinics. That is a private pay type of situation. I think it's $30, which is pretty nominal. Okay, but they get their feet soaked for about 10 minutes. They get their nails trimmed, filed, and they get a mini massage. So it's kind of like a mani-pedi, and they really do enjoy that. We're able to go ahead and take care of a number of individuals, a number of conditions that people might have. We're certainly not going to trim horns and calluses and things like that. They need to go to a podiatrist for that. But really taking a look at just overall foot health. We know that if we don't have healthy feet, we really can't be walking. Then we have lots of other issues. So it's a highly popular program. Any other questions?
I would imagine when you're doing it, but you guys may notice something that person themselves do not.
Do, because people aren't able to really, get that flexible and bring their toe up to their nose and take a look at things. And so we can take care of some ingrown toenails by preventing that. Okay, we're not going to trim them, but we're going to prevent those and refer as need be.
They don't have anything else for Krista.
Just to let you know, I've talked with you in the past about some changes, some reorganization that's happening at the state level. On Friday afternoon, Dr. Cruz sent out the HMA assessment. That was the assessment that was produced by, I think it was an Indiana company, taking a look at all of the different service areas. So WIC, early childhood, FADS program was taking a look at, emergency preparedness, DHS, public health. And so that report landed in my inbox at 5:14 p.m. on Friday afternoon. I have yet to take a look at all 193 pages. Okay, I'm going to focus on my part, but I know that there's lots of other ramifications. And I will tell you that a lot of people are concerned that it came out as legislative session begins. Okay, and so I don't have any insight to give you at this point in time, unfortunately. As I read through it, I'm sure I'll be back up here and we'll have some further discussions about it. So, but just so you know, it has come out. We've been eagerly waiting, and now we have to kind of peel back the onion layers and figure this out. Our board is going to be taking a look at it on Wednesday, and I'm not sure what we're going to find in there. But it will be some good, interesting discussions, hopefully positive. Some things that I have seen really caused me some heartburn and some angst. So.
How many pages?
193. But that's for all of those 18 different areas. I think public health area probably has like 13 to 15 pages. So I need to take a look at that part. So lots of work still to come, lots of discussions. Like I said, I'm sure as I get through it, I will have some further discussions with you. So we can see what this looks like.
How's the appointment to the hospital board going? Is that all taken care of now?
Board of Health.
Board of Health.
Or
Board
Board
of
of
Health
Health?
Wednesday.
Board of Health. You meet
on Wednesday.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Krista.
See you Wednesday.
You can grab additional chairs off the rack and set up over here if you like.
Andy prepared this, just for you to decide to proceed with selling, but he said there are changes, so I think he's going to have updated one. He's next. Is there some more changes? Let's call that a draft.
Just to let everyone know, when we open the public hearing, we will be taking public comments. So if you could keep your comments to 2 or 3 minutes so everyone has a chance to comment, I would appreciate that.
There's room over here for chairs too, if you need them. Thank you.
10:30, next on the agenda is public hearing for the sale of land in Freeport. Someone would like to take action?
I think-
To open the public hearing.
Second.
A motion and a second to open the public hearing for the sale of land in Freeport. All those in favor?
Can we have discussion first? Only
So
because
open a public hearing?
well, because I wonder if we have to first address with Andy the question about whether or not it was an open meetings before on the resolution we're discussing. And if we need to change the language in what we're selling to reflect possible.
Affect having a public hearing. It
Okay.
may affect whether you want to take action on
Okay.
sale after the public hearing.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is now open. Go ahead, Kevin.
I'd like to pass these photographs around to the gallery and then maybe exchange them with, Mr. Steinitz here. Thank you for allowing me to speak today during the regular scheduled December 4th, 2023 Winneshiek County Board of Supervisors meeting. The proposed sale of land in Freeport was discussed. At that meeting, all 5 supervisors approved directing County Attorney Andrew Maaten to draft an initial resolution for the proposed sale of the Freeport parcel in question, with specific instructions to include language restricting the future use of the parcel for a solar field only, with native vegetation plantings left in place. The full board also indicated that the draft resolution would then be discussed and voted upon in the next official meeting on December 11th. The resolution presented and voted upon on the 11th, however, did not include the previously approved language for such restrictions. The supervisors, Walden and Vermees, questioned why this occurred during the meeting, and the following meeting on December 18th, it became apparent during those 2 meetings that communications had occurred outside of public settings between Supervisors Langrick, Kelsey, Vic, and VandenBrink between December 4th and December 11th. On the December 15th, you received a request for all the communication records, phone records, emails, and so forth regarding this issue by the Winneshiek County citizen. That request yield information that calls into question whether the Iowa state laws regulating open public meetings were violated during the drafting and the final approval of the resolution that governs the acceptance for bids for the Freeport parcel in question. Subsequently, an official complaint has been filed with the Iowa Public Information Board. As of today, January 8th, 2024, that complaint remains open. The bottom line is the original draft resolution that was discussed on December 4th, which was to include the restriction for solar panels and above ground structure only, which was then agreed upon by all 5 supervisors to direct Andy VandenBrink to draft up for further discussion, and a vote on December 11th was never presented to the public or a full board of supervisors. We therefore believe that the legality and validity of Resolution 24-27 remains unresolved, and therefore this proceeding should be postponed until the issue is resolved. Thank you, Kevin Lee and family. And I'd like to submit that to the record, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, state your name.
Christine Kolarski. What I have here are the meetings from, or the notes from the meeting from the Freeport community meeting held on the 4th.
of this month. There were 70 people in attendance, so I'm gonna try to get through as many of them as I can during this period of time. So essentially what I'm holding here are the voices of the people who will be directly affected by your decision here today. And to remind you that this is not simply about a vacant plot of land, but that we're trying to protect our homes. I also will not go directly in order because there's just not time. I want to get to the most important first. This is Deb Osk, who lost her basement in Freeport and didn't live in the floodplain. She and her husband woke up to a loud crashing sound around 4 p.m. They thought a tree had fallen on their home. They soon realized it was the basement wall crashing in, followed by torrential amounts of water. Within just a few minutes, the water was on the main floor of their home. They got out just in time with the clothes on their backs and her purse. They lost nearly everything in the 2016 flood, other than 2 pieces of furniture. Brigida Mead. Monetary losses to Freeport in just the 2016 floods was about $2.5 million. If this new buffer strip works only to reduce flood damages in the next flood by just 1%, that is $250,000 in savings for the county and residents of Freeport. If we don't care about the harm to our fellow community and their property, can we at least care about the long-term costs?
And she since emailed us that that's 25,000, 1%.
I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. Okay. I don't do public speaking. Melissa O'Rourke said, "We went down to Freeport and helped our friend Mike Cornelius. He lost his home and his business in the flood. What are the costs to the county when it floods? Is there a burial site there? State archaeologists seem to think so. Can we sell this without disclosing that to the buyer?" My statement: our floors were completely destroyed in the floods of 2016. We rebuilt on elevated blocks, not raising the land, but our house. We did not want to do that to our neighbors. And we did that at a cost to ourselves completely. There was no FEMA. Al and Kathy Peak. Why sell this land? Why not put a restriction on the land for solar fields only? The 2016 floods affected all of the greater community. Large insurance claims caused rates to go up for everyone. Amy Ryan asked a question to the supervisors that was also asked by several other people. If Rotocast is not the highest bidder, what happens? Harry Lee. I've lived in Freeport since I was 2 hours old. I've never seen this sort of flooding like it is now. We need our floodplain protected. Al Peak. Why was the solar restriction struck from the resolution when it was there in the first edited draft after the December 4th meeting? Bill Deerhill. BOS in various locations around the state of Iowa are being cited for overreaching their authority, and he feels that is happening in Winneshiek County too. His other points include county is in the business of conservation, not real estate. Land use development plan. How does this fit in with what we have in this county? How will the county residents be compensated for losses? Is it non-compliant with the land use plan? This has been an established flood bugger for 6 years. And his last point is restrictive use. Gary Weber. On Old Stage Road, up past the bridge, heading out, or he lives out east of Freeport. Developments on Highway 9 are growing, increasing, and the runoff is increasing because of that. They have bulldozed trees during floods into the creek bed. There's a lot more water coming down the bluffs now. Is going to get all backed up from the debris unless the county removes it. Also, there's a lot more water running down from the bluffs above us because of the new development off of Highway 9. We can hear bulldozers and see through the trees more than ever before. Were studies done on any of that development on runoff? Jim Menson, county maintains ownership as a buffer. 100-year floodplain can come every 22 years or every year. The climate has changed. A question for the supervisor from Corbin Lynn. What are the parameters or legalities of this land transfer? Meaning, what is the landowner responsible for as far as stewardship goes? Are they obligated to keep the burial grounds intact? Are they obligated to keep it prairie or do anything else to manage water flow? Are there deed restrictions upon sale? Who is qualified to own this land? Please send answers to corbinlynn@gmail.com. Weber's. Our house sits in the 100-year floodplain. If the property in question is sold, will our property be reassessed so we can have flood insurance? Please send answers to weberga@mchsi.com. I don't know when I'm going to run out of time, so if somebody can let me know. Linda Peterson asks, if the supervisors want to sell it, why weren't they at the meeting here tonight? We have already lost a lot. Steve McGarger asks, doesn't the city zoning ordinance apply here? Is there a vehicle in city ordinance to slow this down? Mike Schrant, use of solar panels is okay for this area. IRP has rooftops for solar they could use as well. Why not use their own roof? Rick Jurgensen built a house out there in the early 1970s. 45 years ago, we built our home in the woods above 170th Street. History of industrial park in Freeport. Lots of promises were made to Freeport residents at that time that have been broken. This neighborhood did not want the industrial park in the first place. They said there'd be a buffer zone put in. The Little Creek never flooded back then. Now rainfalls are heavier. IRP then decided to build. We told them it was a buffer zone then at that time too. Ann Jacobson Clausen, sister of Freeport resident Carl Jacobson, speaking on his behalf. Carl Jacobson, who lost his basement in the 2016 flood, now has a berm behind his house at his own expense to try to keep floodwaters away from his foundation. He is not in the 100-year floodplain. Tom St. Clair, what is the potential that this is a bait and switch? Kevin Lee, on River Road, solar and prairie go hand in hand, but the resolution doesn't limit it to solar at all. Al Peep, a Freeport resident, would like to know why the solar restriction was struck from the resolution when it was there in the first edited draft after I already read this, I'm sorry. I'm just asking they hear their voices and understand. These are our homes, and every few years now, we're back here meeting with you to do what you can to help us protect them. I mean, we're trying personally to do what we can, and we are. I didn't add dirt fill to protect my house when I rebuilt. We had it different up like you would if you lived along the Mississippi behind the skirting. I didn't want to hurt my neighbors. You know, I want you to think of us as such. We are your neighbors and your family members and your friends. Thank you.
Thank you.
You.
And most of those comments I printed handouts.
Sorry. I have a copy for you, sir.
I have this.
You
here
have
too.
the copy?
Yeah.
You gave us all one.
Okay.
Yeah, and there, I gave it to all the board members and I put some extra copies on the table over there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Why don't you read that one?
Okay, so the next statement is from Carl Jacobson in Freeport, and he's asked that I or Dan read this, so I'll read this. Public hearing, January 8th, 2024, Winneshiek County Board of Supervisors and attendees regarding property for sale in Freeport and his response. Whereas the property is no longer needed for a public purpose. That's a line out of the resolution. His response is, this is absolutely false. The property is needed for the purpose of handling flooding in Freeport coming from county properties upstream from the creek running through this property, as set as precedent by previous boards. In 2008, I spent the night from 10:45 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. of the big flood in Decorah at City Hall, helping evacuate 2 nursing homes in Decorah. I was called at the direction of the Board of Supervisors chair, who led the county-wide response to that flood. August 23, 2016, my property at 2520 Kylie Ann Road was flooded through the property you are now trying to sell at the same time as a cornfield lease to a neighbor. The county EMS manager, the supervisor representing us, both came out and personally observed the damage. The Board of Supervisors at their next meeting acted to mitigate flood potential through that field, and multiple individual comments on how quickly they acted with an earth-moving machine were heard and noted. I filled 2 dumpsters from my house and property, expended over $145,000 on bills to recover from the flood, and this included my paying to put a berm in to protect my property from flooding through the field that you have put up for sale, after the Board of Supervisors refused my request to have them do it. In spring 2019, another flood through this field occurred. My berm worked, but I was left with wheelbarrows full of corn stalks and mud that I had to remove. The neighbors on Kylie Ann Road each had mud and corn stalks to remove from their yards and driveways. This time again, the county EMS director and the supervisor representing us both came out and personally observed the damage. The Board of Supervisors proceeded to cancel the lease of the land and agreed to plant the long-rooted prairie plants to promote flood mitigation. I attended that meeting. A grant from the DNR was received and was used to plant this property with long-rooted prairie plants, which has proven to be successful since. At the meeting that the above resolution was passed, immediately prior to the vote, I heard and saw online in audio and video Supervisor Mark Vick make the comment, everybody knows that flooding in Freeport only comes from the upper Iowa River. The next activity at the board meeting was to pass the above listed resolution 3-2. Whereas, be it resolved, I submit the following requests for Winneshiek County Board of Supervisors. 1, postpone any action on the sale of this property until the board can get its AV IT instruments online correctly to legitimately provide public access to public hearings and meetings and legitimately receive public input. 2, revoke the resolution due to its being acted upon based on expressed false information by a member of the voting majority. 3, revoke this resolution due to its clearly being needed for public interest, flood protection for tax-paying voters. 4, delay action on this resolution pending legal determination of personal liability of any supervisor acting not in the public interest or in a fiduciary manner. 5, delay action on this resolution pending the determination of the right of individuals to withhold property taxes when wronged by a county past action. I thank you for this opportunity to respond, and I thank you for your public service. Carl T. Jacobson, 2520 Kylie Ann Road, Decorah, Iowa. I'm here. It's the whole stack of all the letters we've received.
Does anyone else have any other comments?
Morning, my name is Stephen Nelson, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you. I would like to present to the county board a petition with 376 signatures. The signatories request the following as stated in the petition. We, the undersigned residents of the Freeport neighborhood and Greater Winneshiek County, ask that the current County Board of Supervisors resolve to never sell this land and to keep it as a buffer for flood mitigation purposes in perpetuity, as to avoid this discussion again in the future.
I am Julie Fisher from Decorah, but I have been asked to read this for Debbie Askey, who is not able to attend today. This is Debbie speaking. I am opposed to the sale of the land that you wish to sell to IRP or anyone else. As I said when I signed the petition, we are one of the families that lost a wall in our basement due to the fast-moving water that came from the creeks and heavy rainfall. We had 2 feet of water in our upstairs living level and lost all but 3 pieces of furniture along with most of our belongings to that flood. Many items were family treasures that can never be replaced. Our house was nothing but a shell that needed to be rebuilt from the ground up, and we were displaced for 7 months. We were woken up at 4:30 a.m. by a terrific song. We immediately discovered it was the wall of our basement directly below our bed that had collapsed. We watched the rushing water go from the edge of the basement to the bottom of the step and halfway up the steps in a couple of minutes. As I frantically tried to call 911, my husband had the sense to move my car and his truck across the street to a little higher ground, as we thought it can't possibly get any higher. But in fact, we were wrong. It rose so fast, it was nearly impossible for some to escape their homes on their own. The fire department came to help get people out to safety. We had 7.5 minutes to get dressed, call 911, and get out of our house across the street to higher ground before the water filled the upstairs. It was unbelievable, a nightmare. While standing across the street watching our house be consumed by water, we realized that our van that was also parked across the street next to us was now more than halfway underwater. At that point, we had no choice but to drive down the bike trail to get us and our vehicles out to safety. This is just part of our story. There are many others with similar worse stories. I can go on and on about how the flooding changed our lives forever, but I think you get my point. No one in Freeport wants to go through that ever again. We need some kind of protection to hopefully make sure that never happens again. It may not seem like much to you all, but it is something. We have to start somewhere. Every little bit helps. When you make these decisions, you have a lot more to think about than just selling that land for profit to the county. You need to think about the people who live there that it can affect. I hope you take these letters and statements seriously and to heart. Please think about those of us in Freeport. Don't sell that land. Thank you.
Anyone online?
There's one statement here that you can I'll read it out loud. I, as an individual of we the people of Winneshiek, do not support the sale of this land. The petition of Tell the Winneshiek County Board of Supervisors to preserve the Freeport flood buffer has 276 voices of individuals that also make up the we the people, also do not support the sale of this land. Thanks for listening to We the People, like our founding fathers wanted. More local voices and less big government authoritarianship. It's appreciated. I do have a few questions. When, how did the county acquire the land? Where there Were there any considerations or requests made when the people acquired the land? Thanks. Wormers of Spillville. I'm seeing if there's any more here. I don't see any more statements in the chat right now.
Is anyone else?
I don't see any hands up right now.
I'll sit down. I'm Melissa O'Rourke, and my comment was mentioned earlier, but I just wanted to add a little more detail. And it has to do with this issue of the possibility of ancient burial grounds. And because of some work I've done in the past with Indian law, Indian jurisdiction, I'm a little more sensitive to this kind of an issue. This letter had come across it was an email, come across my horizon that came from Dr. Laura Nolder, who is the bioarchaeology director for the Office of the State Archaeologist, State of Iowa. She's housed at the University of Iowa. It was an email she sent to Kevin Lee. It's brief, but I'm just going to read it. I can confirm that we do have a mound site documented there, and that one mound is basically adjacent to the pin to the north on the map you've provided. The site boundary significantly overlaps your area of concern. Although much of the site has been built over as of 1976, it is certainly considered an ancient burial site, and therefore intentional disturbance is unlawful pursuant to Iowa Code Chapter 263B.7-9 and 716.5. And then she asked, so Winneshiek County owns it now and would be the seller? Thanks so much for your caution here. If it is currently owned by the county and that ownership can be maintained, that would be ideal. If it is sold, we would just need to make sure that new owners know of the burial site as well. We are always happy to consult on what can and cannot be done. If construction can be planned within existing building footprints. Unfortunately, our usual generous 50 to 100 foot buffer zone would likely not be possible on the parcel indicated. Thanks for contacting me. And again, that's signed Laura Nolder, PhD, bioarchaeology director for the Office of the State Archaeologist. And this, again, I have a heightened interest in this kind of thing. And I think I look at the resolution and maybe the bids that have already come in on this. I think if those potential buyers were not notified of this possibility, if it hasn't been thoroughly investigated, and they made a bid based on incomplete information, the county sells it, this could put the county, taxpayers, all of us, in legal jeopardy. And that's a problem. So I would just recommend that, for this and all the other reasons mentioned, that you just slow down on this and do the necessary investigation to make sure that the county is not being put in any legal jeopardy with the selling of this land. Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Brian Freilinger. I live in Freeport there. Been there for 30 years, seen all the water that comes down through there. And I understand that, the only way to control that water, I grew up in the dirt business as a young man. I understand how that works. To control that water, you'd have to build retention basins upstream, a lot of on private property. And I'm sure that our county doesn't have the money to do that. So my ask is, just leave that prairie grass there. It's going to help a little bit. It's going to help stop erosion, slow that water down. Don't let it turn into whatever anybody wants to build in there. So that's all I got to say is we're not going to control it. I understand that, but please leave it the way it is. Leave that prairie grass there. It'll help. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, go ahead.
Hello, Barbara Mossman, and I live in Decorah, Winneshiek County. And I just want to say that I have written a quick email to all the supervisors, very much in opposition to if there was a transaction for there not to be any type of deed restriction that went with the land. But I have a question regarding, is there anybody here that is in support from the public that's in support of this transaction?
Not yet.
Is it okay if I ask, by show of hands, who here is opposed to it? So there's nobody in the audience that is in favor of it. Nobody at the meeting perhaps last week that had been in favor of it. Have you had any responses via email, letters, phone calls in favor of this?
Yes, I have.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I
You
have.
have?
Did you share it with all of us?
Can you share that information?
Explain.
That was
I had a phone call this morning.
So one phone call.
one phone call this morning. I mean, does that speak volumes?
Anyone else?
Did I say I was done? I'm done.
Go ahead.
My name is Linda Peterson, and I live out in Freeport. Actually, I live right across the street from Deb and John Osk, who you got reports from and live in their basement. Fortunately, I didn't have to go through that, although my basement was full of water. And my estimated, in fact, I went through dollar amounts and stuff just last night. The estimated cost for me, just myself, clean out my basement, replace all my appliances and everything else, my car, everything, cost me somewhere between $12,000 and $15,000. Is that piece of property that you want to sell worth that? And I'm one person. And Mr. Stein is here this morning, just this morning, made a comment. We're in an area where we're trying to slow down the water. What does that tell you? Leave that property the way it is. Once you've sold it, you've lost all control.
Any other comments? I entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimous.
If I may make one comment on Mr. Jacobson's thing. He said, I said that water only comes from the upper Iowa. That is not what I said. I was said the same thing, Brian.
You said that grass won't do any good. It's the river that floods. That's what you
I didn't say only the upper.
Hearing is,
said. That grass won't do any good. It's the river. that
I agree.
excuse me. The public hearing is over. This is for discussion on this table.
I made the comment that Brian, if you want to stop water, you gotta go to the source, which you gotta go up on top of the hills, and it does cost a lot of money. And I know that. I live in the Twin Springs watershed program. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars putting terraces in and everything to control water coming down through. So don't go pointing the finger at me and putting words in my mouth, because I don't appreciate it. I did not say it only comes from the upper Iowa. I said water does come from the upper Iowa. And I said, if you want to address the water issues, you got to start at the beginning, where it's the worst, if you want to be more effective. That's what I said. Thank you.
I would like to repeat, are we discussing around the table now?
Yes.
I'd like to repeat that we've received 0 emails that I know of in favor of selling the land. No one at a meeting so far has come to say they're in favor of selling the land. And no one in the meeting in Freeport last Thursday for the community, about 70 people attended. About 50 of those, I think, were Freeport residents themselves. Nobody at that meeting said they wanted this land sold. We have 1 phone call this morning to Dan, and we have 377. How many signatures on the petition? 376 signatures And I just looked through it briefly. It looked like mainly Decorah residents, Decorah area, 52101. Signatures on a community petition, both online and hard copy, handwritten. When we make decisions as a board of supervisors, we need to listen to our public. We need to listen to our community. And so far, the community has said, except for one phone call, no to the sale of this. My second concern is back to the discussion for changing that first resolution on December 4th, and I'm not sure we have resolution on that. I want to make sure that legally the complaint registered with the Iowa Public Information Bureau there's a solution to that, or an answer, or a discussion, or what do we know on that? And then my third point would be, if there are burial grounds here, do we need to make sure that that's in the information for people bidding on it, and they didn't know that when they bid on it? So those are my three concerns so far.
Andy, could you address any of those? So I think the issue with the archaeologist's report, probably the best way to handle that at this point would be to table the opening of the bids and give the bidders.
Excuse me, we can't hear.
I think the best way to handle that at this point would be to table the opening of the bids for a week or two, give the bidders the information that we have, and give them the opportunity to either modify or withdraw their bid. The report indicates this, and what happens if you sell it to someone, they take it subject to that, and they're on the hook basically to comply with the archaeology requirements. So I think, your intent is to sell by quitclaim deed, but I think you have at least some obligation, perhaps not legal, but an obligation to these folks to make them aware of what you learned after the bids went out. The best way to handle that, it seems to me, is to table the opening. I don't know if we know who the two bidders are, but if we do,
Okay.
Ben can send them the information that we have and give them till, the Friday before when you're going to take this up again, to either modify or withdraw the bids or confirm the bid. So that, in my mind, would be adequate notice. I think it would be a good way to handle this with respect to that particular issue. The issue on the February 4 meeting, I realize that there's a public information complaint on file. I don't think there's merit to it. I don't believe that it's going anywhere. I think the reality is both of those resolutions that are being complained of were available for consideration on Monday, December 11, I'm sorry. So I don't see that as anything that's going to jeopardize what your ultimate decision is on this property.
You just said you think. Have we heard back from the Iowa Public Information Bureau?
I haven't even received the official notice from them that they have.
So we don't know.
On Andy's recommendation, I believe we should.
Yep. I move that we delay the opening of the bids until January 22nd, notify those that have submitted bids of the potential of an archaeological site that exists on this property.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I have a question.
Steve, are you also asking that they were giving them time then to modify or
Correct.
withdraw?
Modify or withdraw. You agree, Mark?
I would also, I don't know if this would be the time to do it, that we modify the resolution and we go back to what seems to be, what might be agreeable to more people than not would be it can only be elevated solar structures on that land.
That's another issue. We got a motion on the
I don't
floor.
know if this was part of that or we have to bring that
This
up
is
separately.
about
Okay, I'll agree
legal
with that.
responsibility
Yes, I will agree with you
to
on that.
notify the subject bidders.
And we can discuss that. I guess the other issue we can.
All right.
We just discuss next
We
week.
have the motion, we have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. It's back to you. Okay.
So what
Now
you
we
wanted
have
to
to
get,
do, I voted against for my own reason.
you wanted to do it today, not the 22nd. That's what
No.
it seemed like.
No.
When I was confused.
On procedure. The second thing we just decided that we'd have to discuss separately is the change to the resolution again. Based on the report and complaint registered with the Public Information Bureau, I think we need to back up, slow down, get our ducks in a row and do this right. And have that discussion in an open meeting. Instead of through emails to have edits made to a document that we had agreed to on the December 4th that we were directing Andy to do, and then via emails was changed. I think we need to back up and do it right. We may come up with the same income or same outcome someday, but I think we need to get our ducks in a row and do this correctly. So I would move that we rescind the motion rescind the resolution 2427, had a vote on that, rescinding that, and then vote to have a new edited resolution that reflects some of the things we're talking about today.
Part of the,
You did not vote in favor of that resolution.
Right.
part of that resolution set this public hearing that you already held. So you need to not completely rescind it. You need to amend portions of it. Otherwise it nullifies the whole public hearing you just held.
Can I amend it? If I
I think we
vote,
should ask Andy about how the
Yeah.
procedure is. But yeah.
Well, that was passed more than one session ago, so you
Can't
have.
hear.
We can't hear.
We can't hear.
It was
Sorry.
passed more than one meeting ago, so you would not have the ability to rescind it like you do a motion where there's consensus that this needs to be undone. I think what you're,
Just a second here, so people.
I think what you're looking at is filing a motion to amend the resolution. I don't think you're looking at rescinding it. You can make a motion to amend it and see. Ben said your public hearing's been held, so and your bids are in place. Essentially, not sure how you undo that with an amendment without starting over.
I think that's probably an item for next week's agenda.
What would it be if we're asking people to rebid?
Maybe we're notifying them by that amendment or by that motion that there is a archaeological site that has been noticed on the property by the state, and they should be aware of it. That's what we did with that. And they can amend or withdraw their bids on the property. And that comes up on the 22nd of January.
I still think we should talk about listening to the public and going back to our original proposal that there would only be elevated structures on that property based on the input of the public. It's not going to satisfy everybody, but I think it's a compromise that would certainly help. You could make that motion and see how it plays out, and then you could ask Andy how to facilitate it if it passes. Well, I would, where do we start with that? I would like to.
That's why I think we need to wait, let Andy
But
evaluate things.
But I think having people even consider the land, if we potentially would be modifying it again, going through the process again, well, now we've changed it.
Did you see everything that's in this floodplain? Has to be on elevated.
That's the same map that's
Yeah,
on Beacon.
but there's still a chunk of it that isn't.
I just want to point out
And I
that
just think it'd be easier if the whole thing was just it's elevated only.
what we've done so far is rushed this and learned from our community that there's possible burial mounds here. We've learned from our community 99.9% of them are not in favor of the sale of this land. If we would have held the public hearing first without a resolution to sell it, we wouldn't be in this quagmire right now.
Yeah.
We need to do the process correctly.
We did it by due process.
You were-
The way we did every other land sale, we hold the public hearing and open the bids after. We went by what we're supposed to do. That's what we did.
We
And we're
did,
not gonna not go by what we're supposed to do because we're in that shape already. Like they say, because they pick up, they're here, they write us up for every little thing we might do wrong. So we did it by the book. That's the way we did it, Shirley.
if
We
we'd
are
done,
not gonna change it.
if we'd done it that way.
Then we'd have been wrote up.
After we had discussed in a meeting, let's not do the bidding, let's have a public hearing first, but that was ignored. You voted against that.
That was
You
process.
denied that. So because we denied that, we now know from the public, all but one phone call are against the sale of this we're talking hundreds of people we've heard from, not
People
10.
that are in favor don't necessarily call.
They've had every opportunity to call or email. We've only heard from one. I mean, if we heard from several hundred, it'd be different. The point I'm trying to make is we are hurrying this and I don't want to step in more possible legal trouble if we continue to hurry. I'm glad we're waiting on the bidding with them knowing that it's a possible burial site. But we have not been completely transparent and open with our public, because if we would have done this and had people not notified Freeport, they wouldn't have known.
We not till the 22nd, so we can put it on the agenda for next week if we do have time. And
We can talk about it next week. Right now, we're into our next agenda item.
I would like to put it on the meeting then next week. We got
Yeah.
the potential.
I'm for that.
When you resolution change. Send it.
I didn't.
Okay.
After we talked.
You can.
Okay.
All right. Next on the
Wait, do
agenda.
you want to repeat what you said about an amendment?
To Mark's point, if you're going to do something like that, I think what you probably need to do is cancel or reject all bids that have been submitted and start over. Right?
Yeah.
That's what, I mean, procedurally, I don't know that you've got a better way to do it.
If you
Yeah.
want to change the
If you want
terms,
to
Change the language and stuff, you'd have to start
If you want
square
to
one.
impose a restrictive covenant that was originally discussed, that's how I think you'd have to do it.
Of which, if we go through all that discussion next week, we can cancel a bid. Is that correct?
You could reject the bids and then decide if you're starting over.
Go to it now.
Can't we just do it now? Make the most, I think it's only fair if there's a potential change, the two bidders need to know it might not just be one or the other, and that there's other things coming down the road. So I would just cancel all bids at this moment and reopen it when we come to
Start the process over.
and what we're gonna do going forward.
so is it,
I think that's a lot cleaner, I guess, in that respect.
so is your bid including the language of are you trying to cancel the bid to reopen the bidding with the restriction to only allow
Well, we will, I guess that has to come up for
Be up for
discussion.
discussion.
But
Okay,
just
so you're
canceling
you're
bids.
gonna want to cancel them all. Okay, I wanted to make sure that.
Then I think the language isn't cancel the bids, but reject the bids. That's what you're hearing is today you have a hearing scheduled to accept bids or reject bids. If you decide to move on that today, I think the language would be that Mark's motion is that they reject all bids and that you put it on next week's schedule to discuss
The potential sale.
process for rebidding this, if that's what you decide to do.
That's what I said to do. Got that?
What's the effect of our previous motion to postpone the bid for 2 weeks?
If they're canceled,
I would
there's
just,
nothing.
Yeah,
to-
just make,
Nothing.
I just want to hear.
If they're canceled, there obviously isn't anything for them to do at that point. They're rejected. If you decide to rebid this, put a new resolution out, whatever the standards are, we'd include the archaeology report with the bid notice.
I would second the motion.
We have a motion and a second to reject the bids. Is there any further discussion?
This time, no.
Just.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
that's unanimous.
Sounds that way.
Anyway, I didn't know if anyone can say aye. I wanted to make sure. So next week, we're going to discuss the process for rebidding, or whether to rebid and how that process will look.
Correct.
Okay.
And next week can also the resolution be discussed then?
I'm going to need direction from you as to which resolution and when you appeal the resolution.
So I think
So
add
that's
to next week's
week's-
discussion.
That's next week's discussion.
Okay.
One of the obvious things is going to be the archaeology report that's missing, and then whenever you decide to put in restrictions.
So I think that the reason it was a resolution originally was because we were setting a public hearing. Now, what we discuss next week won't necessarily be a resolution. It'll be just discussing the terms of bidding.
We'll have another public hearing.
Oh, we'll have to have another public hearing. Oh, I didn't get that from the earlier discussion.
That would happen next week then?
If you're gonna change the terms of the bid process, you need another public hearing.
I didn't understand that when you're talking
So
about.
that would be scheduled for next week.
No, next
No.
week would be scheduled to decide when the public hearing will be.
Thank you. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure.
And what the terms.
And the term.
in the Bid process.
All right, we'll continue on. We have a few miscellaneous things. First of all, accept, file, and publish county treasurer's semi-annual report.
Guys don't want to stay for the rest of this exciting meeting?
They want to take a couple minutes while it's loud.
Yeah.
I figured this could be moved.
Used your. No, but I mean, yeah, your brother did. I know my parents. Yeah, no. They are looking for water. That'll be nice. Thank you. My brother did.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know him. Not that much. These guys. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that, because I knew that was.
I have a real hard time hearing you two, they don't speak up. Oh, you're right. They were there.
Whoever.
Here again.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't even know exactly.
Like, one completed by Hacker Nelson.
It's their side. If you made that change, you did threes.
Okay, that annual report, yeah, yep, I don't used to do that till I left the housing has done. I don't want that.
That's where that map is. Slide number 4. Slide all the way up that one. He goes all the way back.
We've actually compiled most of that data, but I don't like to put it out until I've had after Nelson's report. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Yeah. That's not- Yeah, there's a very. Thanks. Oh, for the.
You have a bigger clip in your house.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for a-
I don't, and they spent the money on something else, I'm sure. I mean, I don't think that you'd have to talk to them anyway, because.
We need line items to know that.
Yeah, so you'd have to, I don't even have that. If they have to report a line item detail to you, they keep the line item detail. There's DOT budget. And they just submit totals to me. So I don't even have the line item detail. So they would be through their reports that they file with the DOT. I'm sure. Maybe not. That's up to you.
I know.
Yeah, good luck.
Thanks, Marvin.
Yep.
I don't know. Just
Tired of. Words.
I used to have some in here, but I think when we moved this table at election time, everything fell out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
This guy.
What the clip I have.
Find a car?
I did.
Where at?
Strictly Subi.
Where was that at?
It's Strictly Subi. It's a little dealership in West Indian. 2005 Subaru Baja.
Oh, it's a little pickup.
Yeah.
Perfect for him.
Yes, it will be. That's exactly right.
You can put his bike in there.
Yeah.
Drive it down.
Yeah, exactly. That was kind of the. 7,200. It's in really nice shape.
They don't get as good in the village as some of the others.
Yeah, so these are full terms.
Transferring it to.
Some of them, this thing that never sort
I'll double.
If that gives us the opportunity to go eventually move.
Yeah.
Instead of coding here.
Yeah.
And give us factory. That's really.
Are you?
Yes. It'll be myself and Sheriff. Yeah, exactly.
Something about it. Yeah, I read the audit. I'm so well.
Staff, they put that in every small county.
CYA of this.
Yeah. Exactly. They put that in every small county. You only have 4 staff. If there aren't enough checks and balances. We do what we can. Staff some review it. So that you can double check it.
All right, let's get back
It's
on.
never gonna go away on.
What we'll temporarily do here is we'll, excuse me. Trying to get back.
We will skip over the miscellaneous for right now. So 11:30, Andy VandenBrink, County Attorney, budget, legal questions.
So the only thing I had for you is Winneshiek County 911 Board met last week. They approved the transfer of a generator from the Kelmer Tower site to Winneshiek County.
City of Kelmer,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
City of Kelmer.
But it, the.
Well, what's that?
It's owned by
But
the
it-
service.
Yeah.
So they approved the transfer of that. I had a bill of sale prepared and I just asked Dan to sign that. I don't think there's any action that needs to be taken on it. If you want to do a motion to accept the generator, that's fine, but my understanding is that that generator can be available then for potential move to the old jail.
Yeah.
So do we need a motion on that to accept it?
Go ahead.
So I move to accept the generator from the emergency.
Second that.
Motion and second to accept the generator. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I'll get the original to you. Okay, get some copies out.
Sounds good, thank you.
That's all I had.
Budget pretty much over.
You wanna go through your budget? I have that to prepare.
He wasn't prepared for that.
So I visited with Ben. One of the things that we took out was, I think, about 15% of salary, is that what it amounted to?
Yep.
So that can be transferred for use with HR if that's something that we're going to do. The rest of it I've kept kind of in line. I've added some percentage to all of it, basically for catching up with inflation. I don't have it with me. If you're interested, I do have some numbers on how this budget compares to other counties similarly situated, that have either colleges in the county or community colleges or similar population. Ours is generally the lowest of any of those. And I'd also point out, if you go to ICAP's website, I think they have a breakdown on where each county elected official ranks.
Do you know where you are on that list, Andy?
I'm
Number 52.
72,
I thought you were about 80 something.
77, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So I'd like to think you're getting a decent deal, and this is coming from Northwest Iowa Dutchman, who knows a good deal when he sees one. So, and if you have questions, I'll try and answer them.
Have we heard from any consulting firms yet on the
I
RFP?
don't think the DD agent's here yet.
I just wondered if anything came in.
I got a couple of thank yous. I got one that, one response that said this person's no longer with this firm, but it's been forwarded to so-and-so.
Okay.
I have one question on, we have those modifications we need to do for the administrative courtroom up here in the courthouse on third floor. When we do those, we charge that to John's budget, or how do we?
It's generally, well, the state's picking up the largest share of it. but
They take
John's
care of all the
picking up
AV, but we've got some
the
physical.
electrical and stuff like that, John is taking care of.
Yeah, I've got cabin 3 and so forth that I'll have made for that to facilitate the judges, including raising his bench. You remember the conversation that day?
Yes.
Did you see the picture in the paper about the guy coming over the desk on the judge?
Mhm. Yeah, we had that here.
Sure, that could have been another foot higher than that. He would have cleared.
I think he was motivated. I'm not sure.
Oh. I'm telling you
But,
what.
I think we had that with Judge Bigley here several years ago. That came from the witness side over. And we were
Bigley?
just fortunate that we had a suppression hearing set right after that. And all of things was there quickly. The recent desk bench probably didn't have that.
Yeah, we're gonna raise it 8 inches, and I think that will help because it did take a pretty good, it's already up 8 inches, so that'd help quite a bit to keep it
Yeah.
from happening, but that was
Unreal.
unreal.
Yeah, you're talking small part, right?
Yes, small.
That's the one I'm raising. Yeah, the other
There-
one I think does sit a little higher than the witness chair, and it's a deeper bench too, so provides a little protection.
There was a request from, I think not where probation is, but where they hold the meetings, for custody issues back in that back office. They want to put a call, a button and a locking door. So when someone comes to the door, they've got some privacy while they're counseling, and John's taking care of that to get that done, because it's another security issue, because of when it deals with family custody issues, it gets a little bit heated has been the discussion.
That was, when Judge Bigley was attacked, it was a custody child support. We've been fortunate so far that the criminal side has not reacted in that way.
More and more.
Sure.
Thanks for taking care of that.
Yeah, that's a concern. I just don't understand why the judicial system can't have some protection other than.
We had Greg Root up last Tuesday,
Oh, we
the
did.
first time, so we do have
In place
somebody
now,
in
or-
place, and he kind of made the rounds, I think, of the courthouse in addition to staying up by the courtroom, and that presence, I think, will be helpful.
Use the piece of yeah.
It's,
There's gonna be no set time or his routine. It's gonna be.
he'll be there every Tuesday
but
from
yeah.
9 till 2, I think it is. But, whether he's in the courthouse or he's doing a transport from the jail up or, in the courtroom, that'll vary. So, hopefully just getting him out the hallway where people can see that we have a uniform there will make a difference.
Okay. Anyone else have anything else for Andy? Like you're good to go.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
All right. Let's bust back up to the accept file and publish county treasurer's semi-annual report.
Yeah, I distributed this by email, and after you accept it, it'll be published in the newspaper required for the code.
I'd move to accept, file, and publish county treasurer's semi-annual report.
Second that.
A motion and a second to accept, file, and publish the county treasurer's semi-annual report. Is there any further discussion? If none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimous. Next up, board member responsibilities. Are we gonna keep?
Yep, I passed this out. It shows what other committees and boards and so on you each go to representing the county or serve as members on it. I don't know if there were any changes or.
I don't mind keeping what I have.
I'm satisfied with what I got.
Would anybody like to take any of mine? So I don't have so many meetings. If you're interested,
Same as I guess.
I'll keep mine.
Got the same numbers everybody else.
Some are
Got
just more work than
If you want,
others.
I can do solid waste if you want. I'm the alternate on that. Do you want to trade with me? Because I end up reporting the same thing to the city of Spillville, so
It makes sense.
it makes sense. If you don't mind,
I don't mind at all. I would eliminate one.
Looks
Yeah.
like solid waste is already on for Steve.
I thought I was an alternate.
No, I'm the alternate.
Mark is the alternate.
You're the alternate?
Yeah.
Okay. But
Mark,
Story
you
short,
want to trade with me on that one?
So I can be the real deal.
I'll be alternate, you be the real deal.
I better show up tonight then.
Yes, you better.
I made
But
everything.
I appreciate it though, but I have a lot of them. Thank you.
So you'll go to alternate then?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, is that the only change? We don't need a motion for that.
No,
Okay.
I'll make the update and you can let TJ know. If you're meeting with him before I.
Yeah.
If it's tonight,
Right.
Thank you.
Discuss act on recording weekly meetings.
Surely asked for this to be added, so.
So there's a private member in our community doing it now. I'm going back to when Andy approached us. Should have done it when Andy was here, but it wasn't on there. It protects us legally to have the meetings recorded and own our own digital copy of every Board of Supervisor meeting. That way, we know it's the full copy of the meeting. It hasn't been edited, hasn't been altered in any way. And it protects all 5 of us and it protects the community, actually, who we work for. So I would think that we could easily hit the button and record the session. IT is able to do that. And it takes about 2 minutes to upload to YouTube. And it does not take that much memory in our computer systems here. Other counties are doing it. So I would just plead that we record our own meetings.
I would agree with Shirley, and when we, obviously that was part of this new system, it was gonna make it more streamlined and to be able to do that. I know we've got questions about the storage of it long-term but I think it's, other counties do it and it's a doable thing. And I think if an act of God wipes out the electronic version, like that's what it is, but at least we're making a good faith effort to do it. And even like today came up, well, he said, she said, I wish we would have our own verified document.
And I think on the video, in Mark's defense, on the video of the meeting where he is being accused of saying only the river, the video shows Mark saying both the Upper Iowa and Upland control of the water. So that video protects us to say, here's exactly what we said or did not say. So I would move to record our meetings legally.
I go back to that 6-county meeting we were at and they recommended we don't do it because they have a legal issue going on that Mrs. Bradley brought up that from recording that.
What
they said
legal
do
issue is
not
that?
do it. Was that, this has been 2 or 3 meetings ago. I don't know what the issue was. They didn't explain. They recommended not doing it.
Because if we do it, it helps us with legal issues as far as ADA
No,
goes.
this was because they were recording. This wasn't because they recommended not doing it. That was Fayette County.
But it's not a problem, but somebody is already doing it. So
Yeah, that's
we
fine.
might as well have our own legal document in place. If there's gonna be one out
It
there,
protects us.
we should have one that we can compare it to.
I haven't changed my opinion on.
So I'll make an official motion to record meetings
I would second that.
and then we can vote on it.
A motion and a second to record the meetings. Any further discussion?
I'd say we ought to wait, let's wait and get this thing resolved so we have something to put and deal with. It's my opinion. I've got people that try to tune into this and until we get this CTI situation is horrible.
They're on later today, so you can express your opinion.
So if CPI can get the online going sufficiently, you would vote for recording the meetings?
Let's discuss it and see what it looks like then.
Okay.
Because I'm getting feedback that the online of what's being done is not being adequate.
Well,
And I don't want, if it's not adequate, then there's no need to put it up there because it's not doing us any good.
When I was watching, and obviously it could have been the source I was watching from internet connection, but it was pretty choppy and not great.
Yeah,
Still,
we've got to get with we got to get CTI fixed.
The recordings online are pretty clear. They're on YouTube if you ever want to go and look at them since last April.
Yeah,
So then if they were online and that's what I said online, then how come Mr. Jacobson prints that I said only the upper?
You'd have to ask Mr. Jacobson.
Yep, see, that's.
Whoever said that.
This thing right
But it
here,
protected-
It was in Mr.
and
Jacobson.
those
But
speakers
it
back there,
protected you.
we're spending 25.
I know what I said, Shirley.
And this is not cutting it.
We have a motion and a second. Are we willing to withdraw that motion?
No, I want to stay with the motion on the
Until
table.
the deal gets fixed. We want to keep your motion.
I do.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
All those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
We'll revisit it in my mind. Want to see these folks. We got to have some resolve. This is horrible.
I hope that the meeting today moves us forward without conflict.
Just so you know, we've already paid them about half because they required half of the payment up front,
Yeah.
but we have not paid the other half of the original installation, and they've already been calling. Their like collections team has been calling and wondering why we haven't paid for it, so.
They're gonna find
I
out
told Tony not to pay it till we resolve this, so.
when they watch
Now,
today's
when I get
video.
arrested,
they'll know.
then.
Yeah. Tony always tells me he'll come visit me the last day of each month.
Did you, from the meeting where we talked about the issue of the ADA and the primary concern, did you see that off of
Yes,
the
so
recording you were going to review?
back to this discussion, I did go back to the video recording when CTI was online, their representative was online to talk about what they could do for us. And I thought I sent it
Yeah,
to
I
you
I didn't,
and Andy
I didn't
and,
see, I didn't see it.
well, I didn't want to send it to everybody to stay away from any violation of open meetings again. To you and Andy and John? I'd have to go back.
I was on the.
Okay, so on that email to Ben, Dan, and possibly Andy and John, I'll have to look. I found exactly in that video where he talks about an additional amplifier
Using
to make
reverse
those speakers work. It's in the video.
Well, let's keep on pace here. 11:45, Winneshiek County Library Association, annual reports and funding requests.
The Decora submitted theirs ahead of time, so there's copies on the table over there. Anyone wants that?
Yes, we'll do that.
While we're getting these handed out, I want to thank you again for letting Dan Langert and myself attend your meeting was it last month?
Yeah, beginning in December.
We appreciate that.
Or this year, last year, I got to end. My name is Kay Ellsburn. I'm the director at the Ocean Public Library. I have been there for 4 years. When we met, we were asking for, or the agreement from the libraries was that we would continue to provide services for the rural residents, for the current agreement. So we're asking for our percentage. And if there's extra, if it's feasible to do the extra, but we understand with the budgets that that's not, that may not happen because of what's going on with our HEC situation. One of the things that all of us want to point out is the things that we do for the residents, the rural residents of the county, as well as the cities. And looking at budgets, I know Dan knows this because he approves mine as we go. I've been the director for the Ocean Public Library for the last 4 years. My operating budget has not increased at all. I have shifted things around to make things work. The only thing that has increased during that time was what we did for salaries. And it was only in this fiscal year that the budget for my salary increased above what the previous director had. So we were not raising it that much, and we are still the lowest paid employees of our city. The library staff is.
We're all looking at you.
Like, this is the way it is. And I'm lucky because I get to have a paid assistant. Not all of us are that lucky. There are people who are working with volunteer assistants because there isn't money in their budget to pay them. Right now, the way I figured it out, the county pays, or at least for Ocean, pull this out. Ocean's responsible for about 1,517 rural residents. And with our 18 per $1,000 valuation, the county's paying about $13.17 per resident for the library services that we provide them from Ocean. The city, with its residents, is paying about $61.15 per resident for the same services. So you guys are getting a great deal on what's happening there. We can see that by our stats on the sheet that I sent out, our circulation of our actual physical materials is increasing by 10. It increased last year by 10%. Our electronic usage, which is a lot of our rural residents, because they can access the library anywhere they are, anywhere they have access, that's going up above 20%. That we're seeing those increases of people accessing and using those. We all also, as a county, we work together. I happen to bring this along because it's headed to Kristen, because we borrow books from each other so that we're not purchasing extra ones that we can't afford or that we can't do. We borrow from each other. And this just happens to be one of the things that Decorah borrowed from us that we're doing that way. We're lucky that we get to work with our people the way that we do. I had the honor of meeting one of my brand new patrons, less than 6 weeks old, came in to do her first library visit with her family. And that same day, I was also putting together a package to drop off for a home drop off for someone who, in her younger years, she's 90 plus, but used to babysit for my father-in-law when he was a little person, and he's a great grandfather himself. So we're serving our population from little bitty all the way up and providing a lot of things. I'm also seeing an increase, and especially in the last little bit, we're seeing an increase in like end of billing cycle, increase in usage of Wi-Fi. People coming in who I don't see like at the beginning of what would be a billing cycle, but when they're getting there and their data has slowed down because they've used all their data up and they're at a slowdown, and kids have to do homework or need that higher, they're coming in and they're accessing the library. People, rural residents who have kids in sports and are doing multiple pickups are now hanging out in town at the library instead of going home and coming back because they're saving money on gas. All of those things that we provide that if the budgets go, we may not be able to provide those. And looking at the scope of the budgets, I don't know that this is where we want to see it cut that, because this directly affects a lot of people. And it would happen quickly. And it's the people who can't afford to have some of those things cut.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie.
I think it is a resource of a place for people to meet and wait and access technology. It's really important. So I would agree with that.
It's some people's only access to the internet.
Yeah.
Ruth can tell stories about who parks in the parking lot and uses the Wi-Fi.
You only have to come in.
Hey, at least it's getting used.
Yeah.
And there's other people too. We're bedroom community for NICC, so we've got a lot of times when I go home, I'll look out and there's a lady parked there with her little kids in the car. She's got them sleeping and they're using the Wi-Fi, which is wonderful. Okay, I'm from Spillville. I'm going to echo a lot of things that Kay said. Yes, we're doing a lot. As you see here, we're staying steady. It's doing good. I see increases in some areas. I see decreases, I'll be honest, in other areas, but for overall, we're doing good. You noticed on there, I put on
the 128 rural members, that's how many members that we have that have checked out a card. That's not counting the people that I don't have, that are using online books and things like that, or online. This last year was up percentage. I didn't figure out the percentage, but we had 730 online people stuff. We can use the budget. Yes, will help to and keep doing our programs, keep doing our things. Also to our main computer is needing to be updated. So that's one thing I'm going to use the money for. It's one thing I used this last time. Thank you for your contribution you gave last time. I'll use that towards that. We have structure with the building. Our downstairs is getting mud and water in it, and we're trying to figure out why it's getting mud and water in it. So there are probably some major project that we have to do there and get that taken care of. That's one area, but we're still going on, and thank you for what you gave in the past, and hopefully you can still keep giving to us in the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning.
I'm Cornelia Colthouse from the Kelmer Public Library. I've only started there 2 years ago as a director. I'm pretty new at a lot of things. And we serve a lot of people with open access in our library. We do that with many of the surrounding communities as well. We do a summer program in July, at the end of the last week in July, for all the children that can come from St. Aloysius Child Care and families that have stay-at-home children during the summer. We had like over 50 each day, and 72 on Friday, the last day, where we had Plank Park Zoo come with small animals. And that was well attended. It's been a tradition kind of at our library to bring the zoo up from Des Moines. They only can keep the animals in the car a couple hours. So that's their rules. And our Christmas in Kelmer was very well attended. We had over 600 at the library, where the city and the Teachers Association gives out a book. And we also did our cookie decorating at the senior center, and we gave out deleted books to children. And that was, I think together we had over 900 people. So it was well attended. And we have a good time with the children. And we serve the community as much as we can that way. And our book club meets every month. And we have, I think, 7 or 8 people in the book club. It varies each month. And they discuss the book that they were reading. Like this month, it's The Art of Crash Landing by Melissa DiCarlo. And the quilters from St. Aloysius, they come over now in January. And they'll tie and hand stitch the quilts. And then that's given out as a raffle at the church. So, and if we lose our funding, we will have to cut some of that program in the summer for the children. And we may have to cut some of the assistant help as well. I am fortunate to have a couple of assistants because I can only get one Monday through Thursday. And then I have to have a different one on Friday if I give her a day to work, and Saturday. And those 2 assistants vary from one weekend to the other. They take turns on the weekends and do the custodial work as well. So we really can use them. So we have not had any raises in the past 2 years, and the assistants will be getting a raise this year because they are doing a double duty for our library. And I don't know if we could participate with the Iowa Library Loan Association at an extended time if we're cut with budget. The biblionics program on our computer has gone up, as well as the book price has been up since COVID. I don't know for sure, but if we could be able to serve the community with Libby or Bridges if we're cut too much from our library funding. And that program has really gone up, like Kay said, 20% at least. And it's been doing well. The young people really like it. And some of the people that can't get out of their home and are homebound, they can use Libby and Bridges as well. And it really helps them out. These programs are well used by all ages of the community, people in the community, which is growing every year. We agreed to keep our proportion of funding as it is, and we would rather leave the funding as they have been the past few years since inflation has skyrocketed. What I have. Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
We can make copies for others.
No, that's fine.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh, good afternoon.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm Laura Thomas. I'm the director in Fort Atkinson. I've been there almost 3 years now, 3 years in May. And we are obviously a very small library. It's just me mostly for part-time. And then I have an assistant who is a volunteer who works Saturdays for me. That's the only time she gets paid is Saturdays, even though she's there every day as long as I am. We have seen an uptick in our interlibrary loans, which is what Kay brought you, the blue bags, which is funded mostly by the state library, thank God, because we couldn't afford to do it ourselves. We are also seeing an uptick with our digital stuff, which is what Vernell just mentioned, Bridges and Libby, which is all our ebooks, e-audiobooks, e-magazines, that sort of stuff, all the online stuff, because it's simpler, especially for our rural members. They have a lot more access to a lot more stuff that we simply could not put on our shelves for lack of money and space, frankly. We've seen a big uptick in our summer library program this year. We had 30 children just for one program, which is for Fort Atkinson, which has 214 people. It's a lot. And then we had 20 odd for the rest of the programs. This year I'm expecting to see more because we have Blank Park Zoo coming and Dr. Michael Beckel, I think that's how you say his name, from Wartburg. He's going to bring some animals as well. So I'm hoping to have extra kids this year. We're trying to start some adult programming as well, especially for this time period, because everybody gets bored, and with the weather coming in, everybody wants to get out and do something. I guess that's it. We've seen an uptick in book club. We've seen an uptick in our new child preschool story time. That started off with 1 or 2 kids, and we're up to at most 8, which is not bad at all, considering we only have a space that's about as big as this. So, 8 small ones in a small space. It gets exciting. But that's been a roaring success. And then we have after school, well, not really after school, days off of school. We do stuff for the kids as well and have programming and different things as well. So that's where your money is going, and we appreciate it very, very much. And we're desperately hoping that you continue to fund us at the same level. And if there's any extra, thank you, but we don't expect any extra.
What is you guys mentioned the state library?
Yes.
What are the fees for that?
We don't have any fees.
There are no fees to be part of that system.
No.
Okay, thank you.
No fees at all.
Paper copy of the Decorah report.
We all got one.
Krista Schwartzhoff from Decorah. I've been here for 18 years now, the last 6 as director. Speaking purely from statistical standpoint, our statistics are up pretty much across the board, whether that's building visits, whether that's number of programs offered, attendance of programs, circulation, both physical and digital. That's despite having to cut some staff last year as a result of budget cuts through the city, as a result of state legislation, which I know the county has been dealing with as well. Really, we're sort of just thriving across the board, doing the best we can with what we have. some of our initiatives in the last year that we'll be carrying forward coming up. We've been working on our year 2 of our strategic plan. We're just, speaking about the state library and what services they provide. One of the things that we all have to do as public libraries in order to be eligible for that funding is to be reaccredited every 3 years, and there's a pretty substantial process for that. And part of that is developing a 3-year strategic plan. So this year, we will be continuing to work with Choice Employment Services, providing employment for adults with disabilities. We're also working in partnership with Luther College for the first time for a 4-credit internship program. Those are some ways that we're trying to branch out with our partnerships within the community. We've also worked with Iowa Workforce Development to do an accessibility audit on our space. Of course, the building was designed to be as ADA compliant as possible, but there are always ways to improve that and some challenges with part of our building being historic. So staff have recently written a $10,000 national grant application that will help with some of those costs. We're also working on making our website and social media as accessible as possible so that people can use our resources digitally with as much ease as they can hopefully access our physical location. We continue to have really high programming and building traffic. We have between 5,000 and 6,000 visits every month. And our programming, we had over 16,000 people attend this past year. And those numbers just keep going up. And that's really across the age spectrum. We do a lot of programming for adults as well as young children. We've also recently completed a comprehensive space audit project, which we'll be working towards implementing recommended changes this year. And that's really just a way to best use our existing space, our existing footprint for the most library users. So we spent a lot of time gathering information from library users, from community members to hear what's working well at their library, what they'd like to see change, and then really seeing how can we meet those needs as best we're able within our existing footprint. So there should be some exciting changes coming in the next year or two in regards to that. We're also putting into place an annual review of our infrastructure. We know we have, for example, some aging HVAC infrastructure that's going to require replacement in the next couple of years. Some of that stuff is complicated, pricey, and has been in place since 96, 97 when the addition was put on. So that's likely to present some challenges, but we're hoping that by doing a more comprehensive annual infrastructure review with some professionals in the field, that will be able to contribute better data for the city to put together a capital improvement plan that will help with prioritization and funding in an ongoing sense. We've really expanded continuing education opportunities and requirements for our staff at all levels. And we were proud to have a couple staff members present at the state level at a workshop about branding earlier this year. And we also have a staff member presenting and another attending a national conference that will be taking place in April. That's the Public Library Association conference. Would be happy to entertain any questions that you have about these or anything else in the report or just sort of the state of libraries in general. I would echo the thanks that my colleagues expressed for past support, and also that the needs of our rural residents continue, especially as prices of everything continue to go up. We have lots of rural residents that are using our physical materials, our digital materials, internet printers, help with technology, really anything, you name it. There's a lot of need out there. And as you know, what we provide is free for library users. And there's a lot of gratitude for that in our communities and a lot of need. Any questions that you have for me or for any of us?
And this document is from all of you working together to present this to us.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that was the same contract that's been in place for a number of years, and that was what we determined at our meeting that we'd like to stick with, that feels the most equitable based on services being provided. Happy to chat further anytime, or to have any of you come and visit our libraries individually or as a group. I know we've talked about that in the past, and schedules are busy, but doors always open. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for the work you guys do at our libraries. Great.
Sooner.
Because Ben does such a good job of putting the time plots together.
Thanks. Sometimes it's a guessing game.
Yeah. I think today's might be the longest agenda that I can remember in 3 years.
The long one. You worked on the closer now, Steve.
Sorry. Oh, my lands.
I see the sweep is on. The closer has got issues. It is nice to see the sweep though.
They're painting over there next door at the.
Hang tight, guys. We have to wait till 12:15.
Are they painting the hallway in the 2 rooms or are we doing anything in the hallway?
I don't know that he's doing the hallway. That's I hope, but I don't know for sure. I know that the 2 rooms,
Is it John doing the thing?
no, he's got somebody in there. And then we're still looking further at trying to get another quote on this, this roof up here and the one leak that's come around that scupper and ask for a revised bid to push the scupper all the way out the wall and down the outside wall so we don't have a penetration through the roof
Yeah.
that could leak like we've experienced here now. That's, John, we talked about that this morning.
Is the heat building just that split?
The only control heat, but the boiler for the courthouse is below it, so we get a lot of.
Ambient heat?
Yes.
We have a warm floor.
From there, yeah.
Uh-huh.
We have a warm floor.
Yeah. Because I noticed the other day it was putting out heat. And I thought, oh, is that the only one in here?
But it depends. Sometimes that'll be off and it'll be really hot in here when it gets cold and that boiler is really running down there. Yeah, it won't get warm in here.
We haven't got any word back yet on the shelving for the record keeping issues for the clerk. Everything else is all done, set to go, but they want the shelving before any movement is done so that they don't
Right.
put it on. They already have boxes on the floor, but they don't
Pick it up all at once.
they don't want to do, well, they're not going to do that. We already have labor that
Yeah.
is compatible with dealing with records. In other words, deputies that have been volunteered to move stuff for them. So there's not any chain of custody issues over the records. And none of that has progressed any further yet.
Quickly, we had the REAP board meeting. Was it last Tuesday? Thursday. Whenever.
Uh-huh.
And we went through and we adopted the new comprehensive plan for it and the list of the members on there. And it sounds like we're gonna be doing something a little different. Well, it's never met as long as I've been here for 3 years. But each August, we're gonna review all the applications that people are gonna submit for the REAP grants. So everybody within it knows what everyone else is applying for. So. All right, we made 12:15, Kelvin Rue, Lincoln Township Trustee, fire truck funding request. Come on up, guys.
Yeah, and I brought some firemen from.
Some heavyweights.
That's one down there.
Betcha.
Here's Mark Harlan and Dave Reno and Scott Engelhardt, Ryan Peter and Lee Harlan. And we're in the process of buying a new fire truck. And the pumper truck that we're replacing is a 95, it's 29 years old. And the new truck is gonna cost $440,000. And that was the cheapest bid that we found. The higher bid was, there's one for $539,000. And our fire department covers Lincoln Township, Ridgeway, half of Madison, and a portion of Sumner and a portion of Bluffton Township. So in '22, our taxable income was $51,134. And our expenses was $42,618. And that left us in the black there for the year of $8,516. And it's pretty hard to buy a truck with $8,500 a year. So, I guess that's about all I have.
Well, as far as the tax thing, I guess Kelvin's letting me go here. The trustees have been at their max asking rate for ever, right, Kenny?
Yeah.
Kenny's our historian. But yeah, so I mean, the trustees have been trying to help themselves, trying to save money, trying to do that, but all inflation is outpacing their ability to save money and cover these purchases like this, so. And you guys were well aware of, new truck purchases, so.
Put it in perspective that I was there 30 years ago and we bought the other truck. And right, I think that cost us $112,000. Not 440 for the exact same thing.
4 times.
It's just too hard to keep up anymore.
Hard to get parts for the old ones.
Right.
Sometimes impossible too, so.
What are you asking for?
I don't see them.
Well, we were here last summer.
Yeah, toward the end of summer there. I guess, around that 30,000 would be nice. We're gonna have to borrow. Right now, we need about 200,000. So, and we're gonna have some fundraisers this summer, I believe.
Obviously we'll do some fundraisers along with our normal things and extra things. We are applying for grants and such. Kenny's working on one, I'm list of one, a few others going on.
I talked with the Lieutenant Governor a month ago now. He was in Cresco and I asked him if he knew of any grants available for fire trucks and he said that and ambulances, he said through the state, there's really nothing. So we apply through the DNR and we'll apply through Winneshiek County here. I believe we're in the process of that now and, there's a few out there, but it's kind of hit and miss.
And check with Upper Explorer land down there.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Very helpful.
Yeah, they what to do, yeah.
There's FEMA, USDA, we're gonna
Hit them all, yeah.
They're not as giving as they used to be, but
yeah,
it's worth the shot.
When are you buying it? But
It'd be a new pumper.
no, when?
Oh, it's
it's
kind of a guess, but they think somewhere in the next year to year and a half, we might see it.
So it's already been ordered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the old,
chest has been ordered.
yeah, and the old one was, I think we talked about that before. What, is that going trade in or is that just sold outright?
hopefully we can sell it. They're not,
Fortunately, they're not worth much.
old fire trucks are not worth much.
Kind of by the pound.
I mean, yeah, they're just outdated more often.
Yes.
A good tailgate.
Yeah.
So you're looking for 200,000 more is what you're short right now for a truck? And you're hoping to make some of that money in fundraisers in the future?
And loans.
Yeah, and then,
So,
and we'll have to borrow, obviously, too, so.
And I think this board has already, when you were here, met with them before, agreed that to help with the financing end of it. And so now today you're asking for monetary contribution as well.
Yeah.
Bumper's our main piece of equipment. Our tanker is 8 years old now, maybe. Version 10, yeah. Our other trucks, pretty much every other truck we've paid for on our own or through our own donations and stuff. So this is kind of the main piece that goes to everything. Whether it's a fire or a lift assist or a traffic control, we seem to do that a lot too.
Yeah.
And hopefully not tomorrow or the next day, but you know how it goes, so.
And it won't just serve Ridgeway, it's also a tanker, so we can do mutual aid with other fire departments. And we've done that before with the current truck, so.
The pumper tanker combination. The little haul, is it 1,800 gallons? 1,500.
when Sean calls out like he did at the fire in Spillville the other night, all the departments responded. All the equipment's there. All the volunteers are there for, in case it blows up.
And it used to be where people didn't always call right away, they waited. Anymore, it's kind of, if it's a structure fire, we hope that two departments get paged. That's kind of the protocol. Just, it's hard to find volunteers these days. We've got 6 of them going through a class right now for training. And we're kind of lucky.
Those guys, those 6 will be at the fire station 4 nights this week, plus Saturday for their training.
Yeah.
So they're
All
all,
volunteer time.
Yeah, they don't, yeah. And department has to pay for their training, or is there, I think that's all.
it's not a lot of cost, but
It's still, you gotta pay, yeah.
for their mileage and all that, they don't.
Yeah, it's on their time, and even they go to a call, yeah, there's no.
We're very fortunate. We have 24 members on the department, and that's kind of a rare.
That's huge.
That's what I was gonna ask you. Does that number stay pretty much right there? Or?
We try to keep with that.
20 to 24 probably would be average, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, there are quite a few years, and it's the youngest group we've had that I could remember.
Yes.
Nice.
I live in Cresco. I grew up in Ridgeway and joined the department in the early 90s, moved to Cresco and stayed on. We've got several people that live outside our district, but it's what we have to do to survive.
Right, you know, we don't have people beating down the door to get on the department, you know, so.
And just with these 5 guys, you're looking at a lot of years of volunteering service.
Thank
Most of
you.
us are in our early 30s.
That's who he was talking about, younger guys.
Just a day or two ago.
30 years of service is what you're talking about? Oh, okay.
Yeah, some of us, yeah. Yeah, we appreciate whatever.
And on another note, we're gonna, I think the 2 towers up north will be hopefully turned on the end of January here. So we were talking at the meeting the other night, if, when you have your meetings, if there's a trouble spot out there someplace where you didn't get reception, maybe hit them spots, just if somebody could, and see if they are gonna receive, and yeah, so we get the bugs out before we close them.
Yeah, there's some dead spots up there, so.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't.
Hopefully the tower's gonna take care of
That one, it's gonna help a lot.
Yeah.
It's gonna get, yeah.
I know Ridgeway's pretty good about fundraising and doing, I know the city does a lot of good fundraising. It fills in the gap on a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And I know Fort's you guys ought to put a challenge out with Fort. They're doing pretty good on theirs. In fact, didn't they order a new truck also? No, they're ordering a new pickup right now. But Fort's up to. But yeah, what we have in our volunteer fire is incredible.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you.
Thank
put
you
it
for that
down,
time.
see what we come up with.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, very much.
Good day.
You bet.
Hopefully get done soon.
Yeah, I don't know how Fort just bought a $50-some thousand pickup. They raised all the funds for it. They're really doing amazing.
Right, you get up Ridgeway too,
Yes, they're great.
City.
I wish
people show up and support.
$50,000, that's an economy pickup, that's not.
Yeah,
Let us know when their next fundraiser is, Mark. So we can-
and I don't know about
You know when it is?
auctions.
Well, I know they advertise, it's always advertised.
Yeah. They have pancakes for breakfast. They get 1,100
Wow.
people through, which is.
Decorah does that one during Nordic Fest, and they have lines of people, which is a great, big fundraiser. But, you know, they get help from, I think it's Clear Lake comes over and brings their equipment, everybody. For that.
Well, just what Auction did for their fundraiser, all the fundraising for the memorial, Veterans Memorial and the park and bandstand and everything else that they did is phenomenal. The lowest on that achievement level is Spillville. Unfortunately. We gotta work on that.
It's tough, so.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta find volunteers.
Yep.
And they have a big, there's a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, it's on their own time. They don't get gas money to drive in. They don't get mileage. They don't get meals. Even these classes, takes hours and it's on their own dollar. But people gotta realize when there's a fire, that these guys aren't paid. They ain't on paycheck. They're taking their time, or the business is working, it's, a lot of time. Yeah.
They didn't bring it up, but when I had a conversation, with Kevin Rue, we gave money to Hlubek, so.
Yeah.
And
And we had that art money, so it was a little easier to do, but still, anything that take any, it doesn't matter what the dollar, anything help, I guess.
Yeah, because borrowing is one thing. You put
Gotta pay it back.
Attractive as it used to be.
No. No. So I guess, yeah, if we can come up with anything, every little bit helps.
Especially when you only have, what, $5,000 a year to good, 8,000.
Yeah.
8,000. Takes a long time to pay off your borrow.
Just in the next, we have 2 more minutes here.
Oh,
yep.
IowaAtWork.org or .com, I can't remember, Iowa at Work. If you look at that website, it's fascinating to see how much money has come in to our county in the last few years. $28.8 million. Federal and state, but it's federal funding. And to the state of Iowa, it's like 4.7 billion. So it's really interesting to look at that website for those of you that are interested in seeing what's come in. I hope that we can raise that and have it continue to come in.
Grant writing doesn't get easy.
No.
You guys might as well come up. We'll get started in just a couple minutes.
even faith with the dollar amount, just for the.
Yeah.
Theater. Yeah, that's $5 million but that generates through $10 million, yeah. She's phenomenal.
When they get the new VA medical facility, and that's gonna help also make it even greater.
That'll help a lot of vets. I have to travel as far.
That last gal she talked about, she was gonna give up, and they said, no, you consistently keep it.
They've helped them do that.
She does a phenomenal job there.
This is paid off there.
Yeah, you have to, she said, otherwise you just get lost in the shuffle.
And there's a lot of people in the county that don't realize that office is there to help them do that paperwork and advocate for them at that
Oh, yeah,
level. It's wonderful.
They advertise, they have, yeah.
Oh, I know they
It's out.
do, but there's still people that need to be told to take advantage of it.
All right, next on the agenda, 12:30 item, Nathan and Jessie from CTI over AV issues.
Thanks for having us up again. Jessie, this is Nathan. So he's our engineer and director out of our location in Cedar Rapids. We'll make a trip up here back in July and kind of went over a few things as far as what was going to be done. I don't know. I brought a couple of copies. I don't know if anybody's also want to look at. I see the full thing. Everybody has a copy of that there.
I'll take a copy.
Wasn't sure how many we needed.
Yeah, that's just the last page of it.
That's the
That was
last page of
the
the
side.
side.
It's just.
You have
Oh, sure, Mr. Chairman.
change order.
That was the one that you adopted in July.
Correct, yes, yep, that would have been the original, contractor plan that would have been in place as far as what we were doing, installation, of the overall. Based on what we did kind of with the project in that scope, and then what was installed, here on the table and in the hardware as well. Considered to get the space mic'd up and that type of aspect of it too, so.
Well, this the question comes, what are we gonna do to solve the problems we have and, I don't know.
Well, I think the big challenge, so, you know, I know Jesse's been up here. Part of the reason I wanted to come up is I haven't actually been in the space. So, you know, for me, I get a lot of people that come in, they're like, well, it's this way. Okay, well, when John or Ben was like, hey, you know, you want to come up? I was like, he offered it as a virtual meeting, and I'm like, well, let's go up and see it, because I haven't been in the space. So a couple things that I'm not here to debate. I think the challenge is potentially a miscommunication as far as expectations on what was thought to be installed and function within the space, and then I think what was taken from that meeting as what was needed in the space. So we sort of hit a crossroads there on trying to make a system that was originally designed to do one thing, trying to do that and something additional. One of the potential challenges in this room is the acoustical gain available to us, where we can drive the volume levels of the microphones back into the space to a threshold that, my understanding, individuals that are seated back here are not necessarily able to hear presenters.
Okay, can I pause you right there for a second? Because I want to read our pain as a board that precipitated going down this road is what we tried to, that means I know that John was here, I was here, and Shirley was here when we initially met with you on the sales aspect of this. And our number one pain is we have ADA requirements.
Yes.
And that issue right there of the people that are sitting back there that cannot hear, and we have complaints filed with the state over those issues, is a main, that's the whole reason we go down this road.
So true, and I think this has been discussed, so please correct me if I'm wrong. We can, and the challenge I have is I can't guarantee an absolute fix by saying, okay, we put speakers in to do this, we put speakers in to do that. There's a couple challenges with me saying, well, if we do this, it fixes all of your problems. We've been debating this internally a lot, trying to figure it out, because I know you have ceiling speakers. The ceiling speaker, I don't want to dive too far into this, essentially creates a conical coverage. So it just comes down and just fills out in roughly 120 degrees. What we've been talking about internally is possibly doing speakers on the wall and just trying to crossfire in the backspace so that we don't get as much audio moving forward, because what's creating the problem is as the microphone is picking when you get feedback in a room, it's the microphone picking itself back up. So when you speak, it comes out of the speakers and the mic picks it back up and you get this loop, and that's what the feedback is. So trying to address that with componentry about there's a couple ways that we can do this. And I think it's also been discussed here. Table microphones that are gooseneck are really the ideal way to handle feedback, because that microphone is right in front of a person. When you speak to it, you're only speaking at roughly 12 inches away from it. So the pickup coverage for that microphone can be reduced. It doesn't need to be picking up a lot of space. It sounds like that was not an ideal solution from what I've gathered throughout some of the conversations. A ceiling array is fine, but as this was originally intended, we don't have feedback when all we're doing is sending the audio to the other end of the call. And that's where I think there was maybe a miscommunication or maybe a misunderstanding or whatnot. I don't know. I can't speak to that. I wasn't in those meetings. The only thing that I could potentially suggest and the challenge I have is a guaranteed fix. I don't know that I can do that. There's a couple reasons that I say that. If I do speakers in the back where I can narrow them down, they're going to be very focused, essentially just to try to fill the space back here, where it doesn't actually come forward in any way, shape, or form. I still can't necessarily eliminate somebody that's hard of hearing. I can drive a volume level to a point, but I still have a threshold that I can't go beyond, because as the sound ricochets around the room, it's going to eventually, if I drive that volume level up to achieve a threshold for a person to hear, I may still reach a point where that microphone picks it up.
This microphone.
Correct. And if it's in the ceiling, if it's in the ceiling back here, it's even that much more closer to the speaker.
Yeah, but who put the microphone right in front of the
Well,
speaker?
that was installed in that fashion because the way it was designed, we envisioned it as a video conferencing solution only, so that you could be speaking at the table or somebody could be speaking from here, be picked up in the microphones, and people at the far end could hear the call.
Someone said to run the existing speakers in the space, the audio
Correct.
amplifier.
From the video conferencing side. So the amplifier was added from our end. Again, maybe terminology.
Would that be also coming back through the speaker then?
We are currently doing that now, but I think that's where we get the feedback problem, is the microphone is picking itself back up. It wasn't designed, so there's what's called potential acoustic.
Would you have known that though, as an engineer, that that is so close and this lane now here?
If we
is even
work,
worse, probably.
if the microphone doesn't come out of the speakers, I don't worry about it because there's no chance of a feedback. If the microphone is just taking your speaking voice in here and sending it to the other end of the call, there's no potential chance of a feedback. It's not being rerouted back into the room. And that's how I think we originally designed this, because that was the understanding that I took from the conversations that were had in our office.
When we said our goal was to satisfy an ADA complaint of hearing.
I don't, that's a different conversation. I wasn't involved in that, so I don't.
We know that.
ADA compliance, realistically for hearing assist, should be done with body pack hearing assist solution.
But people who aren't hard of hearing can't hear us back there.
Okay, that's a different situation. I can, like I said, we can look at putting speakers back there to try and cover that space. I'm happy to give that a shot.
I would like to give that a shot
I
without the
can't
change order.
guarantee anything as an absolute to say that's going to fix that problem. Part of what I'm trying to do is to give you speaker coverage back here that doesn't interfere with the microphone.
So I think no matter what we do, we may need a few hearing assist devices for people who are hard of hearing. We just don't want to have, I mean, earlier we had 50 people in here. We don't want 50 hearing devices.
Yeah, and ADA would require you to have 50.
Yeah.
Actually, this space probably wouldn't technically by law require more than 2.
Yeah.
You may want to consider more depending on how many people you need, but.
I want to go back to you, Ray.
Yeah, I want to go back to a basic design issue
Yeah.
right here. If you might have noticed sitting in the rear while you were here this afternoon, that all the discussion occurs around this table. When people are coming, even from the crowd, they come up to this table, or they can come up to a podium if we choose to do that someplace up here in the front. So we're not trying to, where the microphone may be back there off of this bar array. That's not, we're concerned with this because the sound is originating from this location up here. Our problem is the sound is not back there.
Yeah.
And we don't, that's all we need this, because if you heard our attorney over there, you weren't here at that part of the meeting. Our attorney is very soft spoken and he's standing over here on the side. And because he's standing on the side, his voice, of course, he's standing over there facing this way, getting very little transmission back there. And people are like, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
People in the front row couldn't hear. But this being here, what does that satisfy with? You said the goal is to pick up the conference back there.
It won't, so this is currently set up. This is a digital microphone array. It is currently, from what I've gathered from the programmer, set up to essentially be focused this way. So this is not actually picking up probably very well my voice for the far end. I mean, I'm not a soft talker specifically, but I don't know how well the far end is hearing me through this, but they probably are.
They're hearing it online. It doesn't amplify your voice for me.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Into the call and into the system.
Correct.
For the online attendees.
To route it, and that's my one concern about, especially speakers here. I know we came up and tried to reprogram. I don't know that the speakers back there, I couldn't hear anything coming out of them, so I don't know if that's turned off or on or what's going on. I know we tried to turn, because we have the ability to pick and choose what speakers are getting what, just because of the way the system was designed. We weren't rerouting to these, but we were trying to reroute to the rear speakers. The challenge still is it's a conical shape. That audio is going to work its way forward. So the suggestion and I do want to stress, it's not a guarantee. I can't guarantee that, but I'm trying to suggest going with the speakers that I can very much focus strictly in the back of the room and not have it. They're essentially I don't want to use terminology that nobody understands, but they're essentially speakers that are designed to be actually very wide and very narrow vertically, but if we turn them on their sides, now they're very narrow horizontally and very wide vertically. So that was what my intent was, to set them on their sides and be very narrow acoustically across the space. I still can only get about 15 watts from each speaker, but that should be more than sufficient to cover the space. I don't anticipate that being a problem for people that are not hard of hearing.
Is that limited by reflection?
We have to be careful with that. Yes, I can't. The nice thing about being focused is most of my reflections, and these are flat walls, should tend to bounce back and forth. But that, again, I can't eliminate something bouncing, hitting that wall, and then working its way without doing acoustical treatments or that kind of stuff. So it's sort of still a combination of a couple different things. We're trying to very much narrow the audio coverage of the speakers to the back of the room. We still need to keep the microphone sort of focused at this end. I'm not sure this setup is going to result in a soft-spoken individual sitting way over there.
No.
Get them on the
They have to be at the table.
Okay. Clear.
Whether he's at the table, he just happened to be.
Normally always at the table.
Okay.
Well,
But that
this all his way here then?
does that be up there eventually?
We can relocate it. I don't have a problem doing that. It's actually, it can be in multiple locations. It's a tabletop version. It can be mounted, like if we had
Like
a
this.
video conferencing system that was on a display, we could mount it above the display or below it. So they're very flexible on where they can be mounted. I think
The location of putting it up here was to cover the whole space as far as the microphone line. So whether somebody, the individuals that are on the table, or to take the fact that somebody in the back of the row could be speaking and would not have to come up to the space. So that's why the position was put here, and the overall design of what we did with the equipment to go that direction.
And if we relocate it, what we would most likely do is these speakers would be used to assist in reinforcing somebody speaking at the far end. Like if somebody was on the call and they spoke, you obviously need them to come out in the room also. So we would definitely route them to these speakers, because that's not going to create a feedback problem. We just can't have the microphone here or here and have these speakers, because that's going to hit the table and bounce up and hit the mic, and we're going to have potential feedback.
Yeah.
But if it's possible for us to keep it in the back as much as possible, this is still physics and there's still going to be some reflections and bouncing around the room. But if we can minimize that, it does improve our ability to increase the volume in the back. Like I said,
If I may kind of sum it up. So I think that we don't like it on the table. So if we can put it up on the ceiling, we get the directional speakers in the back to try to fill the space for the people sitting back there. These speakers will only project people who are on the call that are speaking.
Correct.
So that the people around the table can hear it.
Correct.
So I think everyone's on board with trying those things and maybe getting 2 or 3 of the handheld ones for people who are hard of hearing.
I would recommend doing that.
So then I think everyone's on board with all that. Now we got to figure out who's paying for what. So that's what.
I'm prepared to come in. I know there was some negotiation and there was some discussion that possibly if we put speakers in, maybe the board's willing to pick up the cost of the speakers. I'm willing to negotiate that. I'm not here to try and be.
I would consider them part of the original plan. We asked for AV and video, for audio and visual.
Okay.
And we only got part of the audio.
So I mentioned that it might be, since the original plan didn't include new speakers.
Yeah.
That we would pay the cost of the speakers themselves, but that maybe they would absorb the cost of getting them installed.
Get them in and get them installed. Because really, the reality of it is, I don't know that it's going to I'm fairly confident it's going to resolve it, but I'm not 100%. So I'm willing to bring them in and say, okay, let's put them in. What's going to happen is we're going to disconnect that speaker, pull the line back and use it for the new one. And then we will disconnect this speaker and we'll actually have to extend the line. And I was kind of, when we were sitting back here looking at it, ultimately, we're probably going to set them somewhere along here horizontally so that they are the right shape, focusing in this area.
Onto the crowd.
And with only a 15-degree dispersion, once we turn them horizontally, and it's pretty focused. We should still be able to get most of these people, but I think they're close enough that they can tend to hear a lot of the conversation. You don't think so? It maybe we can try and pull it forward a little bit, but I don't want to get too far forward where we.
I'd keep them back there and turn them as loud as you can, and people can learn that if the second row is the better one or the third row, they'll figure out where the best.
I mean,
sound
15
is.
degrees is, it's not, I mean, it seems really narrow, but it's more than you think, so,
Would it help in audio too, if we were in a half circle facing that way?
yes. I mean, sound does radiate 360 degrees, but when you speak, you are still driving it forward. I mean, it's a, yeah, I mean,
Although if the speaker's up there, what would be the best positioning?
the microphone?
Or the
The
microphone?
microphone will be fine. I mean, if you're, so that actually, there's 6 arrays, there's 6 microphones in this array. We can control them sort of like a pie. That's probably the best way to describe it. So we can cut off like pie pieces as we kind of move around the space. So if we're doing it would look like half a pie. If we're just kind of here trying to focus on the front of the space, we could probably get, again, I want to be careful if I start adding coverage back this direction, that I don't pick something back up. I'm willing to give that a shot. I do want to stress that I can't absolutely guarantee. I do think if you have individuals that are hard of hearing, there's a threshold that a speaker doesn't fix that.
Yeah.
I also, on the flip side of that, we can't control for people who speak very
That
softly,
is absolutely
no
true.
matter what. And
That
so
is
those
absolutely
people just need to speak up or use a microphone.
Correct. And hold the microphone correctly.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing that you get people that want to hold a mic way down here, and I mean, then you turn the mic up and you create the same problem. So,
But like 2 microphones in the middle of the table.
we've debated that. Actually, it was a big debate we had internally about making that transition. If I can get microphones that are about that big that can be seated on the table and they have 4 microphone arrays in them. And the nice thing there is individuals can mute the mic just by touching the microphone from the table. I still want to make sure that we don't bleed ourselves back into the space. Because the microphone is not discrete. It doesn't know what not, like you can start to tune things out, but a microphone doesn't do that. It just listens to the room. And
I would say go ahead with moving this here up and put them 2 speakers in and see where we're at. I mean, the speakers weren't in on the original deal, so. No.
I'm completely prepared to order them. Not up front with you guys for the moment. If we can get them to work and when you guys are willing to cover the cost of speakers, great. If they don't resolve the problem, then we got to kind of work our way through the same.
Well, and as far as moving this microphone up there, maybe we should wait to see how the speakers work. And then if it works fine, then the mic
I'm
along with the table right here.
I'd like to see that out of here regardless.
I don't want somebody messing with it. When we used to have the owl sitting up here, that was.
I just think it'd be easy for every.
Well, it would be too bad, and I mean, put it up there, if you have them put it up there when they install the speakers, then, and it works, then we're good, and they don't have to come again to just to move the mic.
Yep.
Like I said, I'd like to try and come up with a solution that
That's what I
works.
would agree with. We'll
And you're,
pick up the speakers.
and the old cone speakers in the back, they will no
Looks like
longer be,
stealing.
but they're gonna be 0 sound.
They'll be what they were
You know, they're
before.
20-year-old technology, probably.
Yes, but I mean, honestly, speakers are speakers are speakers. I mean, we have speakers in Long Hour that are 25 years old and they run just fine. And it's not the age of the speaker, it's whether you've damaged it in the course of use more than anything. Yeah, we wouldn't pull them out because they need a hole in the ceiling. We would just disconnect them like they were before. And the amplifier that we have is fine to handle the new speakers. I've already double checked that.
You'd be able to then drive a separate mic, say if we had one of the podium, could that be added into the system?
We can look at doing that. I don't have to look at the system again to remind myself of what.
I think that might be an issue too, if we had a mic people would come up to when they speak.
Yes. You don't currently have one now?
No, Mike.
No. So,
But most of the time, the person comes up here
Sit right.
to the table, so that might be fine, but it might be something we need to consider, especially if we want people to speak from back their ways. You could have a mic or a podium.
But if we have a device that will take care of a person with a serious hearing issue that's available, that's a plus. And I think
we probably should add, like you said, 2 or 3 or something.
Whatever we need to, then we're in compliance with ADA and then we're done.
Yeah, 2 is the minimum requirement for a space with 25 or less. I don't know what your technical space is. The minute you go above 25, they would suggest 4, and then there's a scaling number based off of the size of the
occupancy of the building.
I think the main concern right now, if you put these speakers in and the back part of that room can hear, the people in the first row, regardless of their ability to hear, can't hear.
Okay. I don't know if that's fully, let me change my, and really narrow the microphones down to ones that are immediately in front of the individual speaking. Because then what happens is we have the ability to drive volume levels up because the mics are less likely to pick up sound. So we gain overhead room above where the microphones start to pick themselves back up. That's potentially the alternative.
So having 2 on the table and 1 on the podium, you'd be able to.
I'd have this, 2 on the table will still give me a similar challenge to what I have. What I'm suggesting is an actual
Individual.
microphone that comes up to the.
It's the problem with individual microphones that I see it is we meet here once a week and there's basically 6 of us and perhaps someone else at the end of the table. Other times this is a common space, so it's used. Tonight's meeting with landfill will probably have 15, at least 15 people trying to crowd around the table and so forth. So
table sometimes over here.
that's why my mind seems.
Zoning is
which was
10, 11 people.
Yeah,
which was part of
Yeah.
the initial
Yeah,
setup,
that's why
having the convenience.
I
of
think
it being
this-
used for this space.
I think you should do that there. The speakers in the back, add maybe 4 of the hearing assist devices, see if that all works.
I can't say that the people in this row won't hear the speakers.
We won't know until we try.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really trying to narrow, I mean, the whole purpose is to just narrow down the coverage of.
And most of the time, you could get by with two rows of the back rows.
Thinking the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
Most of the time, until you have a big public hearing.
Well, you may,
Right now, the chairs are up that far because no one can hear.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
if the audio is great in the back of the room.
And it'll be like church and everyone will fill in from the back.
it'd be harder to get your donations.
But I would rather that you guys test it when you put it in. No, instead of us testing it in a live meeting and going, oh, shoot, it doesn't work again.
We would do that when we install.
We go through it. The only thing that does give a little bit of a difference is we can't bring 25 or 30 people up here unless you have people that also want to come in and just hang out in here while we're finishing the last part of the testing, because you do get.
You
a
let
little
John know
difference.
when you want to test and I will round up. I don't know if we can do 2 dozen, but we can probably get
So
8 or
that
10.
that could be something of when we're actually testing and set it up when you have 2 or 3 people.
John
in
has
space
some,
for those
pizza or
reflections. I
something.
think.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
Pizza is not like 4,000 plates down there.
Just
So
sitting,
you can come.
so just sitting here.
That has the most
And
hearing.
also one that
He doesn't.
I thought you were one.
I am here to observe.
I thought
This actually validates my
I
point.
never realized that. I always
If
thought.
one person is talking, I can hear the whole room, everybody can hear the whole room. As soon as multiple people start talking, I had to stop because I couldn't hear.
Speech intelligibility is a physical acoustic.
Right? But I mean, what needs to happen here is everybody needs to take their time. If your meetings are gonna be 10 times longer, you need to talk individually and not interrupt each other.
Good point.
Meeting etiquette is always.
Because
It's
like I
hard
said,
for-
I was doing great. I was actually doing really good until we just had this, everybody's talking thing, and it's just like.
Well, and that leads to a good point, because as I mentioned earlier, at least like if you two were having a conversation, even if there were multiples going on, you guys could focus on each other and you can tune your hearing in to say, okay, I can follow with that because I'm right here. I can have that conversation. But the minute to your point, you get side conversations going. Microphones, they don't know that. They just listen to the room. So what the far end probably heard also is a very similar experience, is 20 people coming through the call. They don't know who, I mean, they can tell from the call who's speaking maybe, but meeting etiquette is always something that we talk about, especially in video calls. Like we live as a company in teams. I don't want to drag this meeting on for you guys any longer, but we are a Teams company. I've been a Teams company for 10 years when it was Skype. And we do video calls. I'm on 20 video calls a week. It's all about making sure that the other end mutes themselves, unmutes themselves, raises their hand. So you have a flow to the meeting. And it, unfortunately, it sometimes also needs to carry into the room where there are multiple people of, you know, hey, it's your turn to speak, it's your turn to speak, so that one person isn't overriding the other. It's board meetings, council meetings. We do a lot of systems where we do individual mics to the people, and we have delegate mics and chairman mics, and the chairman can mute everybody. I mean, I'm not suggesting you go that direction right now, but we do that in a lot of board rooms and council rooms because it's a way to control the meeting. Individuals are unmuting their mic and muting their mic so that they know when they're talking, when they're not talking, those type of things. I'm not necessarily advocating, because to your point, this is a multi-purpose room, which does add another layer where those are dedicated council rooms or something along those lines. But meeting etiquette is definitely can be very beneficial if you can control the narrative.
I think we can say that beyond this table, you know, the gallery is, we're not intending to pick up speech from the gallery. If they have something to say, the chairman is the one who recognizes and asks them to come forward.
Okay.
And that's really, we have to do that, or you're never gonna have sound. We're never gonna have sound.
And
Sometimes you still.
sure.
But
We can.
I just want to say, agree, in other boards online, city council, for an example, right here in town, they often have a big group of people watching. And it does help with meeting etiquette for each person to have their own. And you turn it on if you have something to say, and you turn it off when you're done. And it cuts down, because we all interrupt each other and talk over each other. It would really help if we had individual mics to do the meeting etiquette.
It is possible to do both, but now we are talking about more hardware to go through the process.
I think we should try the proposal we have and see if
If
it
you wanted
works.
to grow that down, the system is being run on a network-based backbone, so it's category cable. All the audio is being carried over network lines to a box and then handled. So expanding this eventually down the road is
another option.
It's certainly easy to do, and it's not as complicated as if I had to run individual mic lines the whole way back to the closet. But let's, if everybody's in agreement, we will work to get the microphone up on the ceiling, moved further forward. And then we will get the speakers in and schedule to get those installed. And then we will coordinate test call. I mean, we're happy to have you guys call just so you can have it like sort of a feel like an actual meeting. You can always call our office. We have 2 conference rooms that are Teams rooms, and we can do all that stuff. So that's not an issue. We're happy to have somebody in our office involved in the call. So.
Okay. Any idea of what?
I will get the speakers ordered. I would expect it will probably take me about 7 days to get the speakers, and then we will coordinate to get the installation done, because we have commissions at work, so I gotta kind of fit that around. But I'm happy.
Questions about that, please.
No, I understand that. I would seriously, for those hearing challenged individuals, seriously consider, if they have hearing aids, you can do, depending on your hearing aid, you can do the lanyard, which is an inductive, and they don't have to put anything in their ear. It just picks up through the mic, through the hearing aid. Or then if those individuals that don't wear hearing aids, you can actually put an earbud in if you want to do those systems if you move forward.
I think you should at least get us what that costs, like a couple of each or whatever, because I think it's probably something we should have available no matter what system we end up with. That should
Those
also
can be
be
expandable.
That would have, you couldn't have filed an ADA complaint if you had a hearing assist, regardless of whether they could hear, because you met your obligations to meet. a side issue, but
Yeah.
we have this conversation with a lot of spaces and they don't want to necessarily do it. And it's hard for us because we can't tell somebody to spend money on something. And then you will also get, when you buy a system, you get a placard that you put visible that says we have hearing assist available. It says you need to ask. But we'll get the price on that and we'll tackle.
I mean, we talked about just doing that way back before we even solicited information from you, but we decided that, or from companies, we decided that we wanted more than just that. We wanted.
What would the cost of buying two be?
So it's a whole system. So you're gonna have the two body packs. Those are actually receivers, and then you have a transmitter box.
I think we should probably go with the 4, because I think 25 is borderline whether we should figure we're gonna have more than
2. We've covered something.
2 is the minimum, correct? And
for a 25 space, and I wonder if ours might be more than that, so I think.
Well, if we're talking $10,000, crash.
No, it's more than $1,000. I don't remember off the top of my head.
But adding more receivers is not as much as getting the
Oh, no.
transmitter.
Right. Once you have the transmitter in place, you can buy the receiver for the system. Because it's just we can do it one of two ways. We can do it if you're concerned about security, like if you're because you can either do a radio frequency version, which is transmitting radio waves at 72 megahertz. So technically somebody outside the room, if they had a receiver, they could pick it up. They could hear everything that's being said, whether you care.
That's fine.
We don't.
Otherwise, we do infrared, which obviously is not, won't leave the space. But
Whatever's cheaper, probably.
probably the radio
Yeah.
frequency.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's a 72 megahertz, so it's below normal car radios, but somebody could tune in if they had the right receiver.
Could I get it from my house?
Do we need a motion?
I don't know, that's a long way away.
We need a motion on that, Ben?
I think if he's willing to do it without obligating any who's buying what and to try it, then I think we just do that first. Then we work on. Okay.
Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you for making the trip.
Yes, absolutely. Like I said, I needed to see the space because everybody's like, well, this side.
As long as you're here, go downtown and eat somewhere.
We will probably do something. I want to get back before the snow. but-
Snow, yeah.
Just trying to plug our businesses.
All right,
I've been up here a few times.
next on the agenda, shouldn't take too long, Jon Lubke, IT, GIS Director, Budget.
Pass this out quick. Send it that way.
See a lot of negatives, don't you?
Well, yeah, I was gonna bring that up. So I know I feel your pain for the restrictions that maybe the state has put on budgets this year. And I think it's great that all the departments can come and at least tell you where they think it's best to cut. Actually, we've got a cut here in the IT budget. The big reason for that would be one. If you remember, we did the storage project this year. That was about a $90,000 spend. And so I felt pretty safe cutting about, 75,000 out of that line item, which is our hardware line. And then I just kind of took a couple shots where we reduced like our training budget. And maybe a few other little places. Also was able to cut about 14,000 out of the GIS budget. I think if we run into any issues there, IT could maybe cover some of those generic expenses, software or something like that. So basically the data center storage upgrade is complete. And so we've installed all that equipment. We should have a really long life cycle there, at least 5 years. We've got it warranted for, but we should get more out of it than that. We've got some existing Dell server hosts, and I think those are adequate for at least another couple of years. So we should be fine there. We've moved some of our Microsoft licensing kind of to a local group. We used to spend up front about, I think it was close to $40,000. And once we locked in, we couldn't adjust our licenses, like how many users need this and how many need that. So now we can actually do that once a month. So we're able to actually kind of stay where we need to be and not over purchase in the first place. So that gives us a lot of flexibility.
And Right Way has been great to work with. I mean, we can call them or email them, and within minutes, we get a change that we used to wait several days for. Just working local is a great thing. We've also kind of locked in, and we tend to purchase things, at least in the software realm or maintenance realm. We try to purchase maybe 3 years at a time. But we've signed some agreements with companies like Adobe and Microsoft. So basically, they're agreeing not to raise our prices for at least 3 to 5 years. It's easier for them to hold a customer than it is to try to go out and get new customers. So we're trying to take advantage of that wherever we can. So, and so I haven't seen a lot of issues with inflation. We've seen a little bit of cost increases, but not as bad as I thought we would. So we're still kind of using the outside IT services from Right Way and also from Marcon. And basically that's kind of at the high level, or if we need some advice on how to do things technically, they're available to us. And they can step in whenever we need them. They're both very good companies or people to work with. I tend to use them after hours a lot. Cybersecurity and data protection are key things. I mean, that was one of the reasons we had the ICIT people come in, is to help us figure that out. It's still a huge weight on our shoulders, I think. Just, what if somebody hacked us? So we're doing whatever we can. We've added the training for our end users. We've got a thing called ransom care, which monitors our servers. We're looking at Cisco's, what they call umbrella products. So it's kind of a DNS. It stops people from getting messed up with or mixed up with bad things on the internet. So we continue to add layers and layers of security. And we try to do that without affecting the employees as much as we can. We've got really good people. Nobody yet has gotten mixed up with anything. So, knock on wood there, but we've got people that see things on a daily basis, especially in Ben's office with elections, with HR, with billing, lots of different things. And people are smart enough to stay away from those and not click on them.
I at least once a week, I or Lynn gets an email that says it's from one of our employees. Is asking us very politely to change their account that their payroll goes into. At least once a week we get those. When I get those, but then you hover over the name and it's coming from some other email completely. But it's going to say like from Mark Follett. Then you hover over the name and it's something else completely. And
the last couple of weeks have been very big on tax. Like here's your W-4 and or your W-2s, and employees have been getting those. And they're trying to trick them into clicking on something instead.
The recent one from Lynn was real, right?
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
got one from the dentist office the other day in town here. That had a dentist appointment, didn't even have one. I don't know what that was.
I just got the, this morning, I'm going into a meeting. Can you contact me about giving? Budget.
So like I said, we've got really good employees. I mean, they're very conscientious. They've been trained well, I think. And it's interesting because occasionally we'll get a call. And somebody called me the other day, I think on Friday, and she's like, you have to come down here and I'm in serious trouble. It turned out she just lost a couple icons, but immediately I'm thinking the worst.
Oh.
Like, what did you click on? It wasn't related to that.
Jonathan, you made mention, I think sometime in the past, we've got to look at the mainframe, that we may have an issue there, and is that pushed down the road? Are we approaching that, or?
I think we did look into that already early on, and I think we're good for at least 1 more year and possibly 2 more years.
And yeah, it depends. I think they told us last time 5 to 7 years. We're in the close to the 5-year mark. Although the one we had before that it was like 8 or 9 before we replaced it. So we'll have to keep an eye on it.
We are upgrading a server here next week that involves the document scanning and storage for the recorder, treasurer, assessor, veterans. It's kind of we're just moving from server 2019 to server 2022. So it's that server operating system is going out of date, so we have to have solutions do an upgrade for us. So I'll kind of jump down the list here. Basically, I also, it was good for me to do a little cutting here with hopes that, we have the system admin position open right now. We've been advertising that for a little over a week. We're going to keep that open until the end of the month. But hopefully we get some good applicants there. We're working with emergency management, and we're talking about doing a pass-through for the salary benefits there. There are some requirements there. Basically, they want us to kind of document it in our minutes. And then just because 911 is such a critical piece, sure that we continue to support them really well. And that's one of the areas that really has grown in the last few years, is just law enforcement in general, because the network is so sprawling. It's not only in the buildings, it actually extends to the vehicles. So every vehicle is actually, it has a router. It becomes part of this wide area network. And so they have kind of the biggest need, and it's the most priority at this point. So I think that system admin person would be working on a lot of projects in that specific area.
Which makes sense why we've recommended using both from a budgeting perspective, but also that it makes sense that 911 is helping facilitate that.
Yeah.
Or not 911, it's actually emergency management through dispatch.
When we do find that admin person you're looking for, is that then, we've talked in the past about all the server issues and everything down at the law enforcement center down there, of relocating those back up here at some point in time, especially since we do have access to a new generator, which gives us, will come online, would give us some other advantages. Is that something that would happen a year from now, 2 years from now? What's a guess, John?
Yeah, I don't think it would be that could happen within the first, year or so. Wouldn't take a lot of effort. I mean, currently the data center, the production data center is running in the mezzanine of the jail. And then all our backups are actually happening up here, and we would just flip-flop that.
I like that ICIT will be helping with your application and conducting interviews.
So Joel Roney, you remember Joel King, kind of the main leader there. He's actually taken a job with ISAC specifically in order to kind of push these things along. So he's really great to work with. He's offered multiple times to be involved.
That's great.
He's been a great asset.
Yeah, I'm going to take him up on that. So I don't want to take any more of your time. I see you get close again.
You're taking Mike's.
Oh.
Yeah. Steve Halverson in the hallway filmed the film machine.
Oh, yeah. The paper towel dispenser.
Oh, it's plugged in.
I had to wait for my fan.
Well, if you have any other questions, I'm always available. Various means.
Okay, thanks, John.
Next on the agenda, Michael Kueny, County Engineer, Road Department updates.
Did you bring our
Waiting
family?
Patiently.
Bring anything.
You already had your on fast. He's getting ready for his first snowfall.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly. I have a little, just kind of report as to what I've done this past week. It's, figure I'll be here for a short amount of time, but I just wanted to write out everything I've done this week. I guess the snow is the obvious thing. I think I'm short one. Maybe I'm not.
I didn't take that. So I'll take that one when you're done. You go ahead and read it, and then I'll take it.
So after the meeting, last week, and that was Julie and Dan, I'd like to do another meeting with other board members I haven't met with yet. So that's, I guess, number one thing that happened after last meeting. We sent out letters of right-of-way violations. This is a policy that we've had, and it has been
enforced to various degrees. Those were sent out. We were working on, we're working with some of the landowners already, for this to do about them.
Just to review what that, is that like a fence in the right of way or a building in the right of way, or what is it? Farming the right of way, what kind of things are they?
We're talking about.
Unauthorized driveway.
We're talking about, fences in one case. We're talking about, sculptures. Without getting into too much of it, a lot of the sculptures issues, the owners working very well right now. So that's happened. So this is my first go around with something like that. I visited Spillville with Nick Grossman and Mike Weiss on Tuesday night, just to discuss the W14 plan. Nick and Mike took most of the questions and over for me in that case, since they knew the project a little bit better. And then the following night, I went to Port Atkinson, discussed the W14 project. Again, Mike Weiss was more knowledgeable of the people, but I was able to talk to them about the 28E agreements that we're looking forward to putting in. Being the new engineer, there's been several people come to me with the problems that they probably asked my predecessor. So I've been working through those. It's given me an excuse to get out of the office and go look at things.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So
We could give you a list of what you might expect.
So I've done that. I think I'm just as of this point, I'm caught up on sending everything out on all the formal requests to me. So that's good. That's good. We're updating the budget. We had a couple of tweaks to the spreadsheet that you had last, nothing substantial. And then, yeah, I'd say that we're through multiple county roads to observe future projects and address citizen concerns. It's kind of went with the request by the citizens. We have the winter storm coming up. The latest that I had printed off was 4 to 7 inches altogether. I know that we've been in touch with staff to make sure that that we're ready to go. As far as I can tell, you know, we can't make it on leave and everything, and we're ready to go. So staff has told me that when there's snow, they're ready to go. So the historic.
Have you had a chance to visit with any of the shops yet and the staff on site?
I have not visited with any staff on site.
Obviously, you have a lot of things they're trying
Yes,
to get
and
moved into, but
and if I need to do that, or if I should be doing that, as protocol, I was not aware of this, but so let me know.
I think that this board had heard a request that they would appreciate it, but I think you can't prioritize it above your things that need to get done.
I'd
But
say
when
wait
it's-
till the weather, maybe the spring or something, get through the winter season here, and then we can, you know, if you want a couple of us to.
I've gone out to all of the shops.
Oh, yeah.
Individually, I've distributed Christmas cards. Actually, I think there's a couple of them still in mailboxes. I went for the board. So that's kind of what I've done, to just see the shops. I need to get to Castelia and Kindleville shops still, but there's no one there that.
No,
So that'll happen.
Good.
Do you have any, did that injury last week end up as lost time, or was it, that individual was back to work?
Well, to my knowledge, the injury last week, I can't remember, to be honest, but I think he's just done it as sick time or whatever. Whatever the normal thing is for just a bruise.
Yeah, so we're not sure. It wasn't a major. Yeah, I just wanted to see if it was a lost time injury or he just took the time off.
there is gonna be a safety report filed on it. I can tell you that, but as far as the time is concerned, it's not something I even thought to look at because staff usually handles that. So I can look into that for you.
Yeah, no, we gotta say, I don't know when our safety
Safety meeting will be next week.
is next week.
We'll probably talk about it.
Talk about it then.
Okay. So I just have not been made aware that I need to address that, but I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, we've been really good about our safety throughout the entire county organization. And it's been very helpful with our workers' comp modifier to keep us at a lower cost and safety. If we don't want
Obviously,
to lose our
if someone's injured and
safety.
can't work, it's obviously needed, but I think it's after 2 days, it throws you into another category. And so we sometimes will try to accommodate people with light duty work, maybe putting them at recycling center or something if they can't, so we can get them back before 2 days of loss. After 2 days of lost time, on that third day, we can get them back and not be paying them out of.
I've heard something about that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the details, but yes, I have.
Yeah,
heard
so-
this is
So
not-
that was a Thursday injury. And so Friday, Monday. So tomorrow would be, would be the time frame on that if we have to go to modified assignment.
And if they choose to take sick time rather than go back, that's their choice. But as long as we're providing a.
And we offer it.
Yeah.
While you are here, I have everyone's attention, plans for bridge number 5 are progressing. We're still looking to get the April letting out, and staff wants me to have you sign the board of supervisors.
In offsetting ink.
Oh, that's the one out.
That's the South W46.
6.
Yeah, on the southeast.
That's that one.
Just south of Castellan. Oh, north, yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the other south.
And then I have
How's W14 coming?
the W14, was probably delayed letting on that. And
They're waiting for some of the clearance from.
Shippo.
Yeah,
That's. It's gonna sign that.
it's,
We'll be able to get that this.
Shippo is,
well, there's multiple concerns that may make it so that next year's construction, might on is easy.
Not this summer, but next summer.
Correct, just the letting schedule and, the letting schedule right now is not our holdup at all, it's just SHPO.
we don't have any answer back from Shippo, do we? And that's over the architectural review,
Correct.
which is amazing because they were out there. I know when they came through, when the state came through looking at that, it was last July, I think, in Spillville. Maybe even June. And they were out looking at all that a long time ago. And I talked to the guy that went through town. He said, but I didn't find anything.
I mean, unless it's somebody's email and they haven't notified me, because it hasn't hit mine.
No, that was something.
That's always it can always be a hassle to get through all of their hoops. When they did the bridge in Spillville, you maybe heard this story from your staff, but when they did the bridge, we had to put seismic monitoring equipment there because of the mill in proximity, that the work on the bridge wouldn't affect the old mill, which then a few years later, the mill got taken down anyway.
Yeah.
So we spent several thousands of, just like $18,000 or something to have seismic monitoring equipment at the mill, old mill, while the bridge project was going on. Just to make sure we weren't shaking the ground too
And I
much.
hope we don't have to do that for the far side in the middle of Spillville.
And so we did that to satisfy SHPO, and then it ended up that the mill got torn down anyway.
I meet monitored all day. The far side. It's a different subject. In the meeting, Thursday in Freeport. It came up that there's a wash or ravine that trees have been pushed into, just above a bridge that comes through. That residents are concerned or get it, and I don't know who's pushing whatever in this particular wash. Do you know anything about that?
I have heard from another board member about this, and what I can say is, I haven't heard from the individual themselves. And so until I know further information, I don't really want to spend a lot of time acting on it.
So it's not the county pushing things in this wash?
I don't know. I have to understand more. I need more information to.
I didn't even drive out to look at it. It came up.
Was that on the old stage road there?
Yeah.
I was made aware of it, and I actually have gone and looked at the area, but I have not.
There's one branch laying in the ditch, or a big limb laying in the ditch, but what looks like laying in the water run is just old rotten trees that are busted off and laying there. I mean, but whoever's trees they are is, whoever trees they are, they can clean. I mean, we can clean it out if it's our property, but if somebody else is above that where the fence goes, and that's somebody else.
I didn't go out to investigate, but the adjacent landowners were saying that, well, they're in here.
To the extent that I have looked at it, I think that we might be the property owner there.
We are up to that fence. You go up there's a fence comes down the hill. We're the property owner from there to the south, to the culvert.
If you look on weekend, look at the bridge, and you look at the property, and I'm not talking just the right of way, I'm talking about the
property, yeah.
The parcel. It says county, Winneshiek County.
Yeah.
So we have a substantial amount of, that parcel goes pretty far south.
Yeah, it goes up the hill.
It's the old quarry area that's now where we put the old sandbags are stored back in there and so on. And that, there's actually an old road bed back in there across that's on the backside of that stream that's on our property, I think.
So you know more than I do.
Yeah.
But I can just tell you that I looked at the property owners. Where I saw the trees, one, maybe two, that were of concern. I think they're on our property.
That one is, I don't look like somebody took a half a tree and just drug it over on that side of the road. It sits alongside the road there.
I guess my
I went
concern
out
is
this morning and looked
that we
at it.
address it and
we will. I mean, there's no
find out and address it.
I talked to Jeff immediately saying, I think that this is our property and we're gonna.
Yeah.
So it's in his, it should be in his schedule to do.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure we're doing something, I guess.
There's a lot of dead ones laying in the water run that could potentially gonna be a headache.
It's just like, I know the city, there's not supposed to be any trees between the two dikes, but they've been working on trying to clean some of that stuff up.
I know they did on.
It is a flood.
They did on the cutout there.
Yeah.
They cleaned all of them.
You want conveyance. I haven't done any analysis as far as what should be there and what shouldn't, but again, we are aware of it.
That's good. Thank you.
Any further questions?
No. That's it. Good job.
Thank you.
We just going back to the two of us meeting with you.
Okay.
We agreed to do that every so often.
I think you said every other week or so. So if a couple of you want to go next, set it up to go with it.
You two are set.
Sure.
You
You wanna go?
Okay.
Easy work.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we'll just do we'll get with you next week.
So Steve and Mark.
A couple weeks later, Mark and I can go.
Yeah, we can do that.
Just keep it even, or even do it
Yeah.
odd, so that way, you offset.
Rotate.
Yeah.
I enjoyed, Shirley and.
It's a good meeting.
We had a good meeting.
It may not
Switch
need to
off
be,
to then
it may not
go next.
need to be every 2 weeks once we get into it, but
And switch
Yeah, well, it's
off,
good.
once a month, rotate
People
people.
to understand.
Sure.
All of you guys, so.
Yeah, good. No, I think it's good to do it at least.
Yeah, I
now.
mean, Ben can go next month from now or whenever the next vacation is.
You have something else, Andy?
I'm not cutting Michael's time, but he's done. I'm listening to the CTI conversation, and I kept hearing the word podium come up. With Lee's retirement, he had one in his office that we have no use for. If you guys want to take a look at it sometime, I brought some pictures. It's, if you want to put one up here, it's a little tall. I think a better carpenter than I could cut it down. And,
There he is.
but
There you go.
it's, yeah, the price is right if you want it, if you want to come down and get it sometime.
Okay,
Pretty.
Oh, it's nice.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's nice.
Thank you.
This-
You all finished with me?
Yes.
Thank you, Michael. And Michael did a great job down in Fort. They complimented him for making a visit to the fort. Said you made as many visits as the previous engineer did to the Fort City Council.
Wow.
Your first
Yeah,
one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
I think we should take it if we're getting rid of it.
It wouldn't hurt to have it here.
Who's that?
We could store it
You
right over
want
there.
to have it up close so that this mic would hopefully pick it up, or do you want to wait till you?
Let's get this here, they can say if they can put a separate mic in without messing it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe put it back over here and then they can, if we can put it back over here someplace and they can dress and talk.
I gotta show
That way
you
we're
back here.
far
And
enough
the
away.
mic would still pick it up from.
Might even.
Yeah, it
You
might-
have
yeah,
it
right.
over there. It's
They
up
still
there.
might pick it up.
I think
yeah.
right over there would be good. That way whoever's talking, talk to the audience.
Yeah.
And then I can sit back at this end of the table and.
Or you
Yeah.
can stand behind the podium.
Yep, too.
I've got a high chair back there. I motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and second for adjournment. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Remember.
Media, thanks for staying for the whole meeting. Long one today. Elaine, thanks for staying. Marta, thanks for staying.
You're not gonna thank me?
Well, thank you all for staying.
She has to stay. Of course, that's her car. She has to give me a ride.
Yes.
Let's see. Solid places spot.
Five.
Yes.
Where are you going at 4?
Spillville is, Ridgeway City Council is I-45.
Those online, I'm shutting us down now. We've, thank you.
My city council's fine too.
Oh, did auctions is
Yeah.
at 5?
Yeah, we always start at 5.
45. 6 and say that.
Yes.
Thirty.
Yeah.
Keep track of it. You got all of them.
Do you want the one I scribbled on, or do you want to wait until I put out the new one? There was one change, so.
See you guys later.